Good evening and welcome to the December 6th, 2023 Litchfield School Board meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excellent. Any review and revision of the agenda?
So a few links have been livened up even today. We'll hit those as we go through it and make it clear to everybody.
In terms of the consent agenda committee reports, we've already moved budget committee to be discussed and updated later on. Are there any other committee reports that we want to move? Does any board member want to move to old business?
We just had a facilities improvement committee meeting, but I believe we'll be discussing.
I think that's part of the
that.
GMS update anyway.
So
I haven't given you guys an update on the energy committee ever since because I'm on it.
So we're good for you to put that in writing so we can read all about
I'll
it.
figure out how to put that in writing.
Okay, sounds good.
and there were updates to the grading and reporting, even though I did not attend the last meeting.
Also updates to capital improvement and budget for everyone's review.
Great. Good. All right, then with that, I'll move on to a summary of non-public actions from November 15th, 2023. It seems so long ago. Ms. Ames made a motion to approve the November 1st, 2023 non-public session minutes. Mr. Shoemaker seconded the motion, and the motion passed 5-0. Moving into our presentations and recognitions, we're going to go ahead and start with LMS. So I'll have Principal Grantham come on down. And she will call out a poor student to come with her.
Come with me, but it's for a great reason. So I have my report. I'm not going to go through the whole report, but I've talked a couple of times. I've talked in the Links in the Loop about a project that we have had going on over the course of this fall at LMS, and it involves the Cereal Box Challenge. I wanted to share with you. Paige is here as part of C3PO and Student Council, and they had an awesome start to the year. Paige, you want to talk a little bit about how the project came to light, what we were talking about, where it began?
So we did the cereal box fundraiser, and the cereal boxes are all going to a food bank. But this was to raise awareness for bullying prevention. And also for like just kindness, because LMS, it's like when you see like the merch, it's just kindness.
Because the merch says so, right?
But we did the cereal box fundraiser so we can raise awareness for like multiple like issues that are known, but
Do you want to show the video, and then if they have questions afterwards, do you think that will help? Fabulous. So who is projecting right now?
Oh, I can.
You have my report.
I do.
There should be a live link in the report.
Sorry, I didn't know I was.
It's very important.
to be
Hot off the
plugged in.
presses.
All right, well, I have to ask while we're waiting. What was the total number of cereal boxes?
So this is really exciting. Mr. Selzen is also here too. I should have called him out when I called Paige up. Mr. Selzen, you want to come join us for a minute? Because Mr. Selzen is our student council advisor and C3PO advisor who, along with Mrs. McDonald, have been working to get this project going. Ooh. So hang on, we got Maggie here too. Maggie's live in this video. Lots of student voices and this is student production. So can we rewind?
I need to know who the jugglers are.
What do you see?
Okay.
Are you ready?
We're ready.
No. Yes.
Action.
Can we make sure we're projecting it? Thank you.
LMS Kindness Matters Cereal Box Challenge. As part of October's Bullying Prevention Month, our LMS community took on a challenge to collect one cereal box per person.
We set up the boxes like dominoes to show that we can all impact each other.
This can be for both good and bad reasons. How can we, as students, use the power of social media to make change for good?
We are hoping to go viral for all of the right reasons. Collect cereal and donate to your local food pantry. We also hear that powdered milk is helpful too.
When you're finished, post your video and challenge more schools in your area.
Each and every one of us can show that kindness matters.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kindness is when you smile at someone in the hallway.
Kindness is helping your friends when they need something.
Kindness is making people smile.
Kindness is being nice to people.
Kindness is thinking before you speak.
Kindness is being nice to everyone.
Kindness is bringing people up instead of bringing people down.
Kindness is being a good friend.
How can kids change the world one act of kindness at a time?
Can your school continue the domino effect? Can you take the challenge to be kind?
Continue the chain of kindness from one middle school to another.
I will say, Mr. Fraser, Mr. DeForney are here. We shared this with the staff. They were the first ones to see it. Oh, actually, Paige and the kids were the first to see it. But we shared it with the staff this afternoon, and there were a few tears in the audience. So we're so proud. And what the kids envision is challenging other schools. So it's not stopping with LMS. And what we wanted to share is that LMS collected 615 boxes.
Amazing.
So many boxes of cereal for our Litchfield food pantry that not only did we help Litchfield, but we also helped. You want to read it?
If you'd like me to. So we were able to also assist the Children's Home of Nashua, Dairy's Soup Kitchen, Londonderry United Methodist Church Food Pantry, the Family Promise of Nashua, First Baptist Church, and Bethany Chapel Community Church.
Nice job.
Great job, LMS.
Awesome job. I'm so proud of you.
So this was a place where our whole community came together. We couldn't be prouder, but we also want to say something else that makes us really proud is that connection. You saw all the orange shirts in the video. We had an Orange You Glad to Be Kind Day. And that was kind of a flash mob that was designed by our Lego League group. So we're really proud of our Lego League, and Mr. Cutter's daughter was part of the Lego League that was there this past weekend, and they actually had a whole project that was based off of kindness. They took the kindness theme and they learned how to use a Cricut and make t-shirts. So all of those orange shirts that you saw came up from our robotics team. They made their very own kindness dice game with the rules that they designed with that, and they actually won second place for their kindness project this weekend at the state robotics tournament, and we're so proud of them. But it just shows that we're kind of all coming together to think about kindness matters. It's not just what we do, what we say, it's what we're trying to live. And how cool would it be? What we're hoping is that this is going to be posted live at 6:31 tonight on LMS's Facebook page. If you're watching at home, if you're here in the audience and you see it, share it. Send it out to your friends. Post it. Make it go viral, because Litchfield students often, not Litchfield students, middle school students often get a reputation for not great reasons. This is an awesome way to go viral for positivity and for the right things.
Can we send like a direct challenge to, I don't know, Londonderry?
We already
have.
Hudson has already picked up the gauntlet. Hudson is taking the cereal box challenge, as are two other middle schools, one in Lebanon and Timberlane.
Excellent.
Are both picking up the challenge. I actually sent it out this afternoon to our principals listserv for the state of New Hampshire. But I think the social media, as the kids say, is the power. So we're looking to find ways, we're actually working on clipping it to make it, it's a little long, make it a little shorter for the TikTok generation, but again, for that positivity. And we'll be posting it to our Instagram Reels tomorrow with a shorter version.
Fantastic.
So it's pretty exciting.
Everybody.
Awesome job.
Any questions for Paige or Mr. Sullivan regarding the video or what's going on with that?
You did a good job, Paige.
Really nice job, yeah.
Great job.
So the second presentation I have, I'm sorry to take up a lot of positivity, but I'm going to let Paige off the hook. And I'm going to call Mr. DeForney up for a minute. The second presentation we have is something that we have in our budget that you all thankfully moved forward, but we just want to kind of talk about it because it never went to an official board vote in regards to the lacrosse team entering the official budgeted season. Last season was our first, we had a shortened season, and it was unbelievably successful. And one of the things that I know we had talked about, there were some concerns, would our sports suffer as a result of dividing out our kids into more teams? And what we found is it just made even more participation. Mr. DeForney has a little bit of a report today that I'll let him.
Absolutely, and that's a good transition. I have those numbers. One of my fears is softball, baseball, track are now going to be competing with this popular sport that we're adding. Softball had 14 after cuts, baseball had 17 after cuts, track and field 41, which is more than enough to have a season. So I think the purpose of this today would be to eventually get funded. We're funded by the Booster Club. After all their funding last year, they still have 7,000 left, so they've done zero this year. At this time last year, we had nothing, and we had 7,000 left over. So we'll be able to finance this year, but over time, I think we would hope to be picked up into the budget.
Want to talk, kids, you want to come up for a minute?
Yeah, I was thinking that.
So we brought lots of kids who benefited from the lacrosse season last year. Come on, you're a team. Mrs. Bishop isn't here. Mrs. Bishop, Shay Bishop, our 7th grade math teacher, was our girls lacrosse coach last year, and all of these smiling faces were a part of that team last year. You guys want to talk about what being on lacrosse meant to you? Girls, we'll start with girls, we'll go to the boys second. How's that? Anyone? What was it like being on lacrosse for the first time?
It was a very fun opportunity to have to do it as like a school team.
Opportunities, what else?
It was fun to like travel with like the whole team, and I made a lot of new friends just from lacrosse.
Yeah, I definitely think that it was really nice that we could like go with our friends and stuff that we all enjoy at our school and like be really good friends and close. I think that it like gave a lot of people to like try it out instead of like going for the town team. Like it was easier for them to do the middle school team, and I think like a lot of people joined the sport, and it just like became like something more people can play.
Did we do okay? Were the games competitive?
We like held our own in most of the games, like it for being our first season, and we all like played together as a team, and it just like was a good first season.
One of the great things for the girls is that Mrs. Bishop holds lacrosse near and dear to her own heart. Her daughter is playing for, is it University of Louisville? Is that right? You guys are going to correct me if I'm wrong. And she's an amazing athlete. She comes back and helps with the girls also when she's back home. So that was great to have her as a connection. Mrs. Bishop is actually donating to the cause also 2 game nets and goals. So she's going to be donating 2 full steel nets, 2 full steel frames for lacrosse, as well as several cases of lacrosse balls, so that it's not something that we have to purchase out of pocket this year. So that's out of the kindness of her heart. She's amazing, and she would have been here tonight, but she had a little car issue. She couldn't get here. But I think the participation of the kids that you see here, along with so many others, is just part of why lacrosse was a great addition to the Litchfield Middle School sports component, and we just would like to keep it as part of what's there. Boys, you want to talk about, you had a huge team last year.
Yeah. Our team was very good. It was good for helping out if like everyone was willing to help other people, like newer kids and younger kids learn, and everyone, they weren't afraid of like not fitting in, or everyone was accepted, and we were all practicing and playing as a team. We did pretty well, and I think it's good because a lot of people have participation and interest in the sport. Be good.
Excellent. Do you have anything to say or add?
Yeah, everyone people thought it was fun.
Mr. Paiva was our coach last year for boys lacrosse, and he actually didn't do any cuts last year, so he had a ginormous team. I forget how many.
35.
Yeah.
Wow.
He just wanted them all to have that opportunity to get on the field and try it out and learn the new sport, and I think that was great for the kids to have that chance. Anybody miss anything that we didn't talk about? About lacrosse? Your uniforms, you got to pick your own uniforms last year. How did you like those? All right.
So are you looking for a motion tonight? I mean, it's already in the budget, so.
It's already in the budget, but I didn't know if we needed an official motion to say that we would be approving that moving forward as part of that. I'm not sure. So that's why I just wanted to bring the presentation because the budget kind of came before my turn to talk about it, so.
I don't see any harm. I'll make a motion to have lacrosse be a part of the budget and move away from self-funded.
I'll second.
You got it.
All right, any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Passes 5-0-0. Good job, guys.
Thanks, guys. You're all set. You are free.
Thank you.
Am I free?
Do you have anything else you wanted
I
to
don't
share in
think so.
regards to other sports?
I don't think so.
So, Mr. DeForney is our official athletic director. If you have any questions regarding any of our athletics along the way, he's not here often, so it's great to
I've
have
never
him
been here, but I've been enjoying it. And it's a new experience for me.
Good things and positivity.
It's not scary.
So before we switch off LMS, I have to do a quick plug and a quick shout out to Mr. Selzen and Mrs. Corbeil, who really have done a fantastic job with robotics. Having seen firsthand, actually for a few years now, right? But most recently, I think they scored their best score ever at States this past weekend, 265, right? Crazy. Yeah, it was amazing.
Awesome.
Well done. Thank you.
I totally concur. There are so many amazing things and amazing positive things that are happening at LMS every day. Sometimes it's hard when the little not nice things are happening to kind of shift that focus back to the positive things. And I think that that's really what we wanted to focus on this evening. Lots of good things going on. Our staff has been doing a book study on seeing the good in students. And it's part of responsive classroom and part of how we're looking at shifting that idea of punishment and punitive into seeing that positivity and how do you address behaviors when they're happening in a positive way.
And while we're plugging LMS, I mean, Descendants was amazing. And that was half LMS.
I was
so.
thinking to myself, I got, as the co-director, I got to work with a number of LMS students, and I have always, honest to tell you the truth, always been afraid of middle schoolers. My wheelhouse has been the little ones. I know I work well with the little ones. Working with the middle schoolers and the high schoolers on this play was completely new to me, and I enjoyed every single minute of it. They were great kids. They are great kids to work with, and we're just lucky to have so many talented kids in our community, whether it's doing the plays, music, robotics.
It was an incredible show to watch. I agree. It was fun. It was upbeat. It was entertaining, and it was great to see so many kids involved. And I think LMS, I think we had more than Campbell had present. I think there were more LMS students than there were CHS students. Not saying we're competing or anything, but
back there looking, checking the roster.
A lot of kids. There was a cast of about 40 kids and a crew of about 40 kids as well. And
yeah.
Everything was done by students from everything.
That's
they really did
amazing.
A fantastic job.
And the last thing that we have to share as part of LMS is we're trying a return of a new old tradition coming up on Monday night starting at 6 p.m. Is going to be our Celebrate the Season. So those of you that have older students that went through LMS, it was kind of a Mrs. Tarr's baby. She used to love to do the gingerbread house competition, and we are shifting that over to a PTO fundraising opportunity. As you know, the PTO really is what helps keep our school going with activities and defraying the cost of field trips and other components. So are you look in your student's backpack? I know sometimes in middle school things can get lost in the backpack forever. There should be a very brightly colored flyer that talks about Celebrate the Season. There's a gingerbread house competition that will be happening on Monday night, as well as an opportunity for, even if you don't want to deck out a gingerbread house because it's just not your thing right now, come out. There'll be a bake sale. You'll get to walk the building. The kids are all working right now on decorating their doors as part of their best competition. So you get to see them in real life, not just the little tiny pictures that we end up throwing in the links in the loop on Friday, which we will still do, but it's nicer to see them in real life. So that's a new old tradition returning. Any other questions about anything else that I have on my principal's report?
Anything from the board?
We're talking about the solar later tonight. Is that on the agenda or is that here?
It is on the agenda further down under.
Okay, perfect.
Might be under my comments. I'm not sure. It's on there.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
So don't forget to share. We want to go viral.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, also under presentations tonight, we have dining services, so I'll have Ms. Crawley come on up and give us the scoop on dining.
Descendants was great, just an FYI. Well done to everybody. I got to watch we catered the break-a-leg dinner, and then I was fortunate to get the viewing of the dress rehearsals, so they were awesome. Okay, so here we are to talk about the much anticipated numbers of dining services. I just want to begin with just some kind of refresh and just a little bit, we love positivity, so let's go with some positivity here. Just to refresh and remind you, I mean, Tina, you were the only one on the school board when I was hired, but the goal I had given to me was grow the program, basically change everything. It's been a process, and nothing's ever really complete when it comes to food, but I just want to, some of the goals I had were to increase the quality of the food, less freezer to oven food. We do a lot of made in-house. Instead of homemade, I like to say made in-house. We assemble a lot in-house, like our Cuban sandwiches at the high school, quesadillas at all the other schools. We bring in additional menu items. I brought in the yogurt meals. I brought in the breakfast program at both Griffin and middle school. Never had a breakfast program until December of 2020. So coming up on 3 years with breakfast, and it's going very well. I brought the deli in at the high school. I've reduced our student O list. In 2020, June of 2020, it was at $7,500. It's currently, as of this afternoon, at $775. So, we are doing well. We're getting money from people. There's still people we got to chase, but not nearly as complicated as it was before. We utilize, Miss Kessler put a lovely thing on Litchfield What's Up about Griffin's fruit and veggies, their displays. I love to feature the fresh fruit and veg, which was one of the goals I had in mind and was handed to me. So we do that. We utilize some of those items in creative ways, whether through smoothies, parfaits, all sorts of different varieties. The more you offer, the more kids are going to buy. Which also leads into the USDA commodity foods and the New Hampshire Buying Group bid foods, utilizing those in creative ways. And then we will go to the month-by-month tab, but I just want to state that we have increased participation significantly over the last 5-6 years. Comparing October 23 to October 22, we are up 5.5% for value lunches, which are the reimbursable lunches, which we get money from the government for, and we are up 64% in value meal breakfasts. And that's a huge jump, and mainly in part to Campbell offering CAGs. We offer a second chance breakfast now, so a lot more kids are coming in to get breakfast from us, which is awesome. So to reference this chart, if you could scroll down a little bit, please. Right here from line 70 to about 70, I think that's 76. This is the percent of population purchasing a lunch meal. On average, I believe, yes, for the month, sorry. And if you notice all the way over on the right, there is the enrollment for October 1 of each year. And you can see in 17-18, the enrollment was 1,309 kiddos. and they were at an October average of 32.6%. We are now, for this year, at 1179 kiddos, and we are at a participation average of 41.2%. So even after that, I call it the golden year of 21-22, where everything was magical and free and all the good stuff, we did maintain a pretty good participation. So really happy that our kids are eating with us and continuing to come in each day.
I think this shows a lot because, as you said, your goal was to, or what they asked you to do was change the program.
Correct.
And what you've done has changed the program for the better, because we have more students now eating school lunches, and therefore, you know, they're obviously going home and saying that they don't need to have lunch packed up for them. They're
Yes.
happy with the lunch at school, so that's great.
Very happy with that. So I appreciate the opportunity to even be here and doing this. This was my first director job. Love it. Love this district. I, can't say enough good things. So on to the next, back to the presentation slide, please. I'll preface it. The next slide is coming up. There it is. So there are some challenges, obviously, which we all are aware of, which, this has been kind of the topic of discussion the last couple times I've been in here. Here are the challenges that I face running my department every single day. I want, as we continue to go forward in our presentation here, please keep these 4 things in mind. All of these are out of my control. I have no control over the fact that we have declining enrollment. That's unfortunately just a given. I have no control in the fact that as we all hear time and time again, the food costs have increased because of the pandemic, but also hand in hand with that, the USDA has lowered the reimbursement rates. Couldn't tell you why. I don't know how the USDA operates, but what I can tell you is in that golden year of 21-22, if a kiddo, regardless of free, reduced, paid, bought 5 breakfasts and 5 lunches from us free, this USDA, we saw an average of $35 per kid per week, just from the USDA. This year, for a paid kiddo, not including what the parents and what they pay for, what we see from the USDA for a paid kiddo, same thing, 5 lunches, 5 breakfasts, is $4.45 a week. Wow. So for a district that's 91% paid kiddos, that's a huge hit. Last year it was $6.05. The free and reduced kiddos didn't drop too much. They're around $33 we see around for a free and reduced kiddo. But that's been a big hit to us. It doesn't help in a little district like this. So that's been really difficult to kind of navigate. And also the cost of salaries and benefits, again, I have no control over those. That's the CBA, and unfortunately they are on the food services budget and therefore are included in this whole fun environment. Go to the next slide, please. So, as we always do, we're going to look at our peer cohort. So what I did was I kept what I presented to you all in August, and then I just kind of copied, and at the bottom are updated versions. So a couple changes I made real quick. Any district that's bolded, which goes from, if you scroll down, please, Mike, thank you. It goes from Bedford to Wyndham. Those are all bolded. That is our peer cohort. The other districts are just districts around that I have really good rapport with, their directors. Wanted to kind of see what they're all doing. If it's italicized, so for example, Bedford's italicized because they weren't included in the August report because they were going through a director change, and at that time, I just wasn't expecting getting any information out of them. They have not changed prices.
They are changing prices in January.
Are they? Okay, in January. That's good to know. I've only gotten to talk to Mr. Lash a couple times.
It's on the website.
Oh, that's exciting. So there's that. And then Merrimack is also italicized, and that's because they did go up in prices for this school year. So their high school lunch is $3.75. I believe middle school is
$3.50.
$3.50, thank you. And then $3.25 at elementary? Yeah. I can't read it very well, I apologize.
Put the cheater on.
Look at that, wonderful, thank you so much. So just to go one step further, what I kind of, and at the bottom where it says where we are currently, there's also underneath that is where we have the highest and lowest for each, grade level of breakfast, elementary lunch, mid-lunch, and high school lunch, and the lowest and where we fall on that. What I did this time around that is different than the other times I presented this is I dug a little deeper into what each district looks like. So we have our peer cohort, which has, all of the surrounding districts and, whatever, but they have their enrollments. And if you notice, besides Sunapee and Pelham, every district in our peer cohort has thousands of kids more than Litchfield. And unfortunately, when you have thousands of kids in a large district, you can afford to charge a little bit less. But it also that's their enrollment as of October 31st, which is all on that link where it says NHFR school lunch eligibility rates. That's from the USDA, the DOE, right off the website there. And it also has their free and reduced percentage and their free and reduced eligible students. I forget what the next point on that slide was.
I think, I appreciate that you added the enrollment, because I think that does help kind of.
I think it was eye-opening for me to really explore it, because when I think of the peer cohort, I think, oh, it's all relative. There's some that are going to be bigger, but then I nearly fell out of my chair when I saw Bedford was 4,000 students. So it was really eye-opening to me. Just an FYI, because I forgot to mention this earlier, I did reach out to Pelham's food service director to ask questions regarding their program where, if they have to supplement we've had to in the past. I've reached out to her twice in the last couple of weeks. I have not heard anything back from her. So I don't have any information regarding any follow-up questions with that. But if I do, I will happily reach out. I did hear from Sunapee, which I think is, it's still worth mentioning, I think. So they had to kick over $20,000 for their food service program. Okay, and then.
So the next thing
you're saying the budget had a supplement 20,000?
Correct.
But that's for 395 kids?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if we were talking about $20,000, it would be a different conversation tonight.
Oh, 100%.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
I was just scaling it against to supplement for 395 kids. Our number is higher, but so is our population, right? So that's just.
Yeah, we were definitely interested in Pelham.
Yes.
And Lauren did reach out, like she said several times. She's like, what's Pelham like? What's Pelham like? And she's like, I haven't heard
what
back,
are you doing?
back,
Tell me all your
so.
secrets. And
Yeah,
I haven't heard back
Because
from
their
her.
prices are so low.
Why are their prices, how are their prices so low? How does that program run at the end of the year? What?
Their program, right?
Right.
Sorry?
What's the quality of their program?
Right, exactly. What are they doing? Because, when I first started in Litchfield, I did compare myself with Pelham and, to see what they were doing. And at times they were offering 8-9 options to their kiddos at the elementary level. Wow. I don't know if that's still the same because it's a different director now. So I don't really know, but I will continue to reach out to that director because it's not going to do anything except help.
Yeah, just like we're short-staffed. We're thinking they might be short-staffed. That's why we might maybe not get an email back. So we're not necessarily blaming them. We're just, in the same reality that Lauren often finds herself in as well here.
Mm-hmm.
So the next thing is still on this one, but the next tab, the October to October.
Oh, that's what it is, yes.
So the budget committee asked to kind of see what the prices were before we made the adjustment, and they suggested September to September. We switched it to October to October because it lets the kids just kind of get in for a month, and is a little bit more recent too. So I don't know if you want to talk more about that or I
think you could.
You're seeing is the breakfast on there too, right?
Right. We did, like I said, we did have a great uptick in breakfast with the addition of that second chance breakfast, which I will say has been enormous for us. Because the high school was averaging about 200 breakfasts a month, and now we're up to 400 or 500 breakfasts, which is really great. That would be the biggest one. I think if you could scroll down a little bit, please. I think the high school, declined a little bit, but that also has to do with enrollment as well at the high school.
Right.
But everyone else, either remained relatively the same or had an uptick.
Yeah, so these are per day, but they're not per day per percent of kids. So with, as we talked about, the Griffin going up by a little bit, enrollment, high school going down by a little bit. So you can see the impact in less lunches at the high school here too. So, and it's just 1 month compared to the same month last year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go to the expected revenue.
Let's go. So, as we all are aware, pricing is obviously the real variable on the revenue. It's a real, I feel, and I get so frustrated. I feel like like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Obviously, you want the program to be breaking even or more, but you also don't want to charge ridiculous amounts of money because then we're still in the same spot. So the other, I would say that, well, obviously that's obviously the big challenge. Because we're shorthanded as well, there is sometimes that we're not offering the hot snack options at the high school currently because we don't have the staff to provide the services for it. So sometimes it's affected in different areas that we would rather not, but unfortunately it is the reality that we are facing.
Click the link.
Let's go.
That's the one all expected revenue on the bottom.
All the links go back.
They do,
I
yeah,
gotcha.
same
I
thing.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this we updated to kind of take into account October of this year, and then we factored out for 178 days. What we found was that as we looked at lunches and breakfasts, because we did the same thing for a longer amount of days last year, we then put it out to 178 days, we're pretty much equal with what we were expecting last year. What you see as a decrease in revenue has to do with some of the snacks that appear to be a little bit lower this year than they were last year. Some of that has to do with some of the snacks that they were able to make at the high school last year, which take a little bit more time to make, haven't always been able to make due to staffing shortages this year as well. So, when there is a staff down, you tend to put out the meals first, and then you're not going to put out as elaborate of snacks. So you can see a decrease in revenue for snacks, more so than what we were seeing if we compared to last year, as we looked at similar numbers for this. I think a good place to start too is if we scroll over to columns O and P. So what this does is before this column, if a student was a paid lunch student, the amount that we were getting from the family and then plus the federal government was less than what we'd get for a free student. So what this column does is it brings up the paid amount to $385 because then it matches, the sum amount matches, gives you $433 per any student who's buying lunch, whether they be paid, free, or reduced, and all that's changing is how much you're getting from the family and how much you're getting from the government. So we wanted to point that out because that's, as you have a district that has less free and reduced students, you're more likely to have less money come in per student if you're charging lower. So, but as you can see, even at that point, we are not meeting what we believe our expenses may be for this year. So to get to meet the expenses, you got to keep going more to the right.
So I just want to make sure I'm looking at this right. So if we keep it the same as is right now, the expected revenue for next year is 503,000.
Expected revenue for this year.
This year.
And, next year in a way too, would be 503,000.
Okay.
Yep.
And our expenses this year are projected at 660, next year at 705. So we're talking about $160,000 to $200,000 difference by keeping the prices the same.
That we believe will get the expenses lower than that, but we're not sure about how much. So, but yes.
So looking at the numbers, that's
looking
what's
at the
being
numbers,
presented.
you are reading it correct.
So that is a big
change. Yep.
Yep.
What are the current prices again?
The current prices for breakfast is $2 across the board. Elementary lunch is $3.25.
Okay.
And then, no, I lied. I'm sorry.
Elementary's
$3. Sorry, $3, $3.25 at middle, $3.50 at the high school. Sorry.
So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, by scoring all the way to the right and looking at 450, which is a lot higher than what we pay now, right? But if I say, all right, 450 a lunch gives us an expected revenue of 650, we're still short $55,000, right? So in order to break even and have this be self-funded, which is the comment the budget committee makes all the time, being on that committee, it's a comment I made too, right? We're going to have to go to $5 per lunch in order to have this be truly self-funded.
So when you're all the way over on the right, the snack prices also went up as well. So for several iterations, the snack prices kind of stayed the same, but this is an increase to $4.50 for lunches, increase to $3 for breakfast, as well as snack prices increasing. So at that point, you know, when we increased the prices last year, we felt confident that it wouldn't decrease participation. And that is what carried forward. So, but if we went up to $4.50, I feel confident it will decrease participation. Therefore, you're multiplying by a smaller number. Therefore, your revenues are going to decrease as well.
And your costs will presumably go up, right? Because there are economies of scale.
Right.
Yeah, so, and it depends year to year as well, because we do have a bid for each thing. So I think our grocery bid, which is our largest bid, is good till 2025, and then it'll go back out for bid again. So we get the best deal on the prices, and when I shop for the food for the program, it comes off that bid. I think I shop for maybe one thing off bid, which is like wraps, and that's not very expensive overall. So we utilize that as much as we possibly can.
Have we dug into the other districts in our cohort at that pricing? How close to self-funded are they, or are they self-funded?
So a few of them are quite self-funded. They are, so like I know Bedford is, I didn't get Bow, sorry, Bow didn't come back to me. Wyndham, Goffstown, New Boston, Hollis Brookline, Hudson was not, and I didn't get responses on the rest of them.
How much, Hudson is not self-funded, how
Nope.
much are they putting in, do we know?
I did not get that far, no.
So, I'm sorry, so I just want to look at a couple. Bedford obviously has an astronomical number of students. What were a couple of the others that you said were self-funded?
So Wyndham, Goffstown, New Boston, Hollis Brookline, Amherst. So there's 3 districts in Amherst. One, I don't remember which one. One was and 2 were not. But that's all that, and Londonderry.
But these districts are more than double our size.
Oh, God, yeah. And when I reach out to other directors, and I'm just like, what am I doing? Because at one point you look at yourself and go, what am I doing? And they just literally, a lot of them just go, it's the curse of the small district. And it's hard. I'm trying. I don't know what else to do.
When did and I'm curious just because I don't know, when did the expectation start, or why is it continued that it's supposed to be self-funded? Like, where is that? I mean, I know it's always
legacy, yeah.
Right?
Well, before you came on, it was self-funded, and actually, you know, I used to kind of argue with the food service director at the time, because she would come in and say, well, we underspent, so I have extra in my budget, I'm gonna replace this, and this. But the quality of the food was so poor. Fruits and vegetables were out of a can more often than not. I mean,
and I don't have too much information, but I know that when I came on, I had some inherited staff, and it was, when I spend my surplus government money, I spend it on meats, cheeses, all the expensive stuff. Anything that I can get that's expensive, ground beef, beef patties, deli meats, like I said, American shredded cheeses. And she went, yeah, I just buy canned goods for everybody. And they were literally serving their vegetables out of cans. Their fruit was out of cans. I was told they served expired foods. It wasn't.
Sizes were much smaller.
The portion sizes were incorrect. They were giving an elementary school size portion of pasta to a high school kid. Just all sorts of.
So that's how we were self-funded.
Yeah.
And a reminder, we had a social media nightmare. Kids were posting pictures of the awful food on social media saying, this isn't even edible. I mean, I came in with Lauren, we came in at the same time, and we were sort of on the end of, this needs to be fixed. We don't need people posting horrible pictures. So, and it's not, I mean, the colors are beautiful.
They were, thank you. Consistently running out of food at the elementary school. If you were in the last lunch, you consistently did not get lunch because they ran out of food and they just didn't do anything about it. There is a finesse almost to doing your counts and realizing they're a guide, not a thing.
Paraphrasing, to be self-funded, you have to serve either poorer quality food, smaller portions,
I don't even think you get there with that.
No.
Yeah, we're so far.
I don't think you get there. I don't think you get there with that. I don't think we have a choice. I think we really have to raise our rate. And what's that right number?
But raise our rates to what, I guess?
Yeah.
Because going to that far right of that that
that's
column is extreme. I mean, it looks like you said Goffstown, New Boston
It's interesting.
is self-funded.
Mm-hmm.
Their prices are higher than ours.
Yeah, but we're already on the highest, one of the highest.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? So, this is all a balance. Obviously, I think we can all agree that feeding kids is an important, like being well fed is an important component of learning.
100%.
Right? And
Yeah, I don't want to go back to the poor quality.
that goes without saying, right?
Yeah.
So,
Agreed.
So I guess where my question is then is it's about affordability. My concern is about affordability for those that can't afford. You know, we want everyone to be able to, their kids to be fed and be able to afford that. So I guess we have free and reduced lunch. Right?
Correct.
But does that adequate, and if we raise rates, will that adequately address those who can't afford it? 'Cause that's my
Unfortunately,
concern.
no.
You know, my daughter loves school lunch. The yogurt thing is like a lifesaver for me. My wife is a much happier person because
You're welcome.
she doesn't, which makes me happier.
It's based on your income.
It's
not
based on income.
full lunch costs.
Right. So there are families now that unfortunately, like, I'm not joking, within $150 don't qualify. Like $150. And my hands are almost tied. The only thing I can say at that point is if I can encourage them to apply for SNAP or food stamps or some kind of other government assistance, because it's so black and white on where the limit is per like household size.
So I guess that's my consideration is just, I'm not opposed to raising the rates, I will continue to pay for my daughter, but I want to make sure that those that can't are still provided for in a way. So I guess that's the
And
question.
just if I may, Lauren, do you know the numbers off the top of your head? So a family of four, what's the number?
I don't know the
'Cause
number
it's
off the top of my
absurd.
head.
I'm just going to call it absurd. So when you say somebody's within 150 of it, it's an absurd number.
Ridiculous. I can get that information and share it, but I don't have that
I
off the
think
top of
you
my
want
head.
to review that and see what you're talking about, because if I turned around and said to any one of the board members, you with your family of four now have to live on this amount, you would be, holy cow. It's an absurdly low number.
It is. It's, yeah, I will share that out with the board because I don't have that off the top of my head right now.
I guess my question about being self-funded was to sort of parse out why the expectation is for that to continue going forward, and is that a reasonable expectation given the increased food, given the four factors you list in your presentation that are outside of your control. And so I understand that there are members of the budget committee that believe it should be self-funded, but is that the reality anymore, is what I'm questioning. And if it's not self-funded, what is the right amount? What's that
I
like?
think it's important for us to look at, though, and I think the budget committee would probably point to this, which is towns are, the clear delineator is towns our size, right? We have a cohort that we are not the size of really anyone in our cohort, Sunapee, but, Goffstown, New Boston, you highlighted as a town that's self-funded. Now, they're twice our size still, so I guess that's...
The closest one is Pelham, which is why I was hoping she would
to
provide
get-
me with some kind of insight. And even they're still 460 kiddos more than we are.
You said they are self-funded?
I don't know that
You
answer.
don't know.
Yeah.
Bo was closer to our size. Is that not accurate?
Well, there's 2000s.
No, I know, that's double us now, almost, or not quite.
Dunbarton comes into Bow in 7th grade, so it added about, 50 or so kids per grade at that
Okay.
point. So.
$36,000 a year.
But I guess, my thought is that we need to, if it's the curse of the small
makes it up
town,
to
and we just
100%
look
of the
across the
program
board
level
at small
is
towns and we see
eligible for
it's
free
not
lunch program for their
really doable,
It's 2020.
then we
Family four
know.
making up to
Because the clear
$36,000.
delineator is the size of your town here.
Right.
It's not a case of like,
Live on that.
And again, I mean, I think we can definitely research that, but I think that's pretty clear, and that's what you've already kind of heard, is the curse of the small town. And so then that leads to the next question, which is, what is the right amount to be funded by the taxpayers, and to be paid by the district?
I don't see how we get out of this without a number in our budget, right, to offset the deficit here. we have to do that.
Right.
So what's that number? It can't be 200,000. There's no way, right?
I will, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I will also say I'm doing everything in my power to make sure that we are spending appropriate, not that we're not, not that in the past I was like, woo, spend the money, but like, yeah, steak and caviar. No. But even things like going as far as like other directors do inventory once a month, I'm in each building a week doing inventory, making sure the order is like as tight as it possibly can be. You know, I'm trying to do everything in my power to make this, you know, I hate to use the term successful. It is a successful program. I run a great program. My staff and I do a fabulous job, and I am not a boaster.
You have high participation too.
But they, you know, things are going right. It's just now it's this one big jarring.
Why did we decide in the models, just curious, why did we decide in the models to level set the rates per school, right? Every other district, including how we're priced now, it gradually increases per school. But in the models, it's, all right, $4 for all, $4.50 for all.
So
why was that the approach?
Originally, back even previous to me, this is what a lot of districts do, and it had to do, I think, originally with like the portion sizes that you give the kiddos. I think when I presented in August, one of the things I was trying to push for, because we have our biggest participation in value meals at the elementary school, averaging between 2,700 to 3,000 meals a month. And that's just lunch. That's not even including breakfast. You have a large gap of revenue that you could be accessing. And I think that's what I was hoping to lean toward in August when I said, you know, when we presented this again. So I think that's just kind of where we landed on it with going with forward. I'm not opposed to a one price all, because I think there is a gap of revenue we're missing from the other schools. Because it is ultimately the same meal at each school. Like the pizza lunch today is the same at the elementary school as it is at the high school if they get all 5 components. It's the same portions.
Same portion size?
Correct.
For most of the meals, but not necessarily.
Not all the meals, like pasta.
The amount of the meals
Yeah,
are-
pasta graduates, so like it's a 4-ounce pasta portion for an elementary school kiddo, goes up to 8 for high school. So, but pasta's, you know, not expensive. It's something that you can play with a little bit easier. Whereas, but like chicken is all 4 ounces, beef is 2 ounces. It's the same. The other difference is up to a cup of fruit or vegetable for the high school, but everything else at minimum, it's all the same meal. It's all the same size.
Would we be able to model, I'm just really curious, would we be able to model a scenario? Maybe you can do it here. I only have view only. Otherwise, I'd play around with this. Get my answer real time, right? And I'm not suggesting this is what we want to do, or just curious. $3.50 for elementary lunch, $4 for middle school lunch, $4.50 for high school lunch.
I don't think it's wildly inappropriate.
$3.50 for $4.50?
Yes.
So we're in 25-cent increments between the schools?
Correct.
Yeah.
What if we go 50% or 50-cent increments at each of the schools? Will be the highest in our cohort for all 3 schools, regardless, by doing that. Right, but I'm curious what that does to the overall number.
So I'm kind of in.
So I'll say this, for tonight's purposes, I'm not sure I'm ready to vote on this tonight. We do have one more meeting before the end of the year. I would like, and maybe we won't get any, but I would like community feedback, both from families that have students that have lunch, but also from taxpayers that don't have students, and how do they feel about funding lunches, and how important is that to taxpayers, and give 2 weeks for that correspondence to come in. Maybe we get nothing, and that's fine, and so be it, we make the decision. But I would like to have that opportunity, and then in that meantime, some of those scenarios can be run.
Sure.
I think even, you know, with, you say that the 50-cent differential, I think is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even slightly higher, or maybe slightly lower. Like, what's the
We don't know
difference?
until we see it.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'd be curious about, and maybe we could get some of those scenarios.
Yeah, so that one brought it up to 557,000. So just that specific example. I mean, I can either open this up, or people can make a copy of it too and kind of run through some examples. So, you know, I just changed, if you're in column K, that's where I started making the changes. So if you scroll down, GMS lunch is now $3.50 in column K. LMS lunch is $4. So I just simply change those numbers.
Okay.
And then CH lunch is $4.50, and then the adult lunch went up.
That would have to go up too, yes.
We put the adult lunch at about 75 cents more than the kid lunch, because you shouldn't be, the adults shouldn't
Right.
get necessarily a benefit. So we kind of use that 75-cent buffer.
But man, it still leaves us well short.
Still leaves us,
Yeah.
yep.
I think we could also look at breakfast. I mean, because it's such a successful program at the high school, we're offering 2 breakfasts. I think we have some leeway there. I know my kid would still, what if we went up to $3 for breakfast? I don't know what the components are,
It's basically, honestly, it's almost the exact same as lunch, except it's just one component less. So instead, I think they don't do a vegetable, but you can't, it's unnecessarily ridiculously.
I don't want my carrots with eggs.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm thinking like
Spinach might work.
hash browns. So you can swap a fruit or a vegetable. So if you get like a breakfast sandwich with a side of hash browns, that's your vegetable, because potato's vegetable. Whereas, yeah, I wouldn't do carrots at lunch or at breakfast. That's a little, I'm adventurous, but we're not. Come on.
It's more profitable. Like, I know if you have a restaurant and you're serving breakfast, it's.
Oh God, yeah, it's a killer.
It's a killer.
It can be,
Yeah,
but
depending on what products you're getting.
I don't know I'd have to go into a whole
Again,
thing,
not
but
to make it more complicated, but is second chance breakfast an option at middle school and the elementary school?
Oh lordy.
I know, but I'm just offering it out there.
Is there
we're
time
coming
in their
up with
day to do
ideas.
that, though? Really? They don't have a
Do you want
calendar?
recess or do you want second lunch?
Yeah, right.
I don't want a second lunch, but I also,
Snacks.
Does
at
free,
you
so
squeeze
does
that in?
free and, if we increase these, is free and reduced still free?
Yeah.
and
Yes.
Is it reduced to the same
$0 or
amount?
40
yes, so,
Okay, so
yeah,
that's-
reduced
so that's-
lunch is 40 cents.
Do we have a way of, and this is obviously sensitive information, do we have a way of knowing, if we're talking about there being a population that's really dangerously close to that line, that is going to be the population that's really affected by this, because there is no relief for them.
Right.
Do we have any way of gathering the data about how many people that's affecting so that we can be just considering them?
Kind of. It's very difficult to grab that kind of data. Like I mean, I don't know if there's any kind of in-depth way in Power School or whatever, but from my lens, I kind of go off basically if people applied for the free and reduced program and did not qualify for the free and I have there's a list of those families that I have that is obviously confidential information that could potentially be affected by this, but again, it is kind of on the family if they, reach out for, like I said, for SNAP or any kind of other government assistance regarding that, then that automatically gets them onto the free lunch program.
Because my thought on this is, if you can afford to get Starbucks, like, you know what I mean? Like, then the difference between $3 and $5 even
Isn't a big deal.
is not going to, you may make a choice as to whether to send your kid to school with lunch that you buy at the grocery store, or you may say, I don't want to make your lunch, so I'm going to send you I'm going to fill your account so you can do this.
At Starbucks and bring that.
I don't think those people that we need to be really concerned about where we place as compared to anything else. They're either going to pay for it or they're not.
But that could reduce our.
Right.
I understand that, but I'm just
there is
saying
a line
in terms
where
of
even the people that can afford it will say, that's not worth it to me.
Right. If I'm spending $35 for my daughter on breakfast, or for lunch, I'm gonna say, guess what? You're eating peanut butter even though you don't like it. But we can look at that and kind of make an educated guess on the average consumer where they would draw a line. What I can't do as an average consumer is understand what that impact would be on someone who cannot financially do that. And I think that's what we really have to figure out before we make.
So another thing, and I'm going to throw it out there into the public as well. I've actually had in the last week 3 separate people approach me about donations. One of them was I don't remember it off the top of my head, a company out of Hudson that wants to pay off the debt of anyone that is struggling. So they were asking all, like, what's the outstanding debt and stuff of that variety. I've also had a couple parents reach out to me and say, I want to be able to donate and help out, so that is a possibility too. We do have a special fund dedicated for any kind of, if a staff member leaves the district or something, and they have a balance, they have an option to donate it, and it just kind of hangs out there until a family or somebody that we know of that is struggling and needs some help, and then we kind of help.
And I think those are great things for emergency purposes.
It is.
But
It's
in
great.
terms of planning, right?
Yeah, no, I know. That's a
that's
a
and I
thing.
mean, that's wonderful that people
Yes.
do that. And I mean, I'm glad that we have some resources like that for people, but
Yeah,
obviously
it's
we
not,
need to
it's
find-
not a, guarantee kind of a thing.
I don't want a kid sitting there waiting for a donation to come in and
100%.
not eating lunch for 3 weeks.
I think you asked a great question, Matt. I think it would be hard for us to get that data.
Yeah, I think it's really
Free and
difficult.
Reduce is so confidential that the teachers don't know, I don't know, Lauren knows type of thing. So we'd be relying on getting that information out to the community and then parents responding to us. And as we know, it's getting any information out to anybody is tricky because everyone's overloaded.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great question. I don't think we'd be really able to figure that out though, as far as who's
But
a
for
tier
tonight's
above.
purposes, do we feel comfortable soliciting feedback? Running a few more different options on the spreadsheet and then putting this up for a vote, whatever the vote may be at the next meeting?
Sure.
Is that the
I
feeling of the
think we
board?
need to, because if we're going to contemplate raising prices, man, over the Christmas break to get that notice out beginning in January, probably would make sense to do that.
Right.
Can we gather information in a survey from families in the schools asking, whether they respond or not is up to them, but I mean, that's the only way we're going to get the information that's relevant to what we need to find out. Because I'm not super comfortable, I'm comfortable in theory saying, if we have to raise it to be self-funded, what is it, $6?
Not to the point where kids are
That's crazy, but but we're not going to be able to figure that out. If what I'm hearing is that we can't get the data to figure that out, the only way we're not going to know that kids are going hungry. You know what I mean? And that's of concern to me. So therefore, the only reasonable alternative is to sort of price yourself within a cohort and say this is the generally accepted way of doing things, and so we're going to try to stick somewhere within this cohort. We're talking about going pretty drastically above, potentially drastically above the cohort, and so I think if we're going to do that, we need to base that off of some sort of data. So I think if we could,
and just if I may, I mean, historically, districts struggle with getting that data. You have a family, there's a stigma associated with filling out and applying for assistance. Lauren's letting the board know there are two ways families qualify. They can direct certify because they're receiving some assistance from the state or the federal government. So then, once they're in a database, it just automatically comes to us because it's there. The other way is they fill out a form that we provide, and then Lauren's eyes are the only ones that are on it, and she has to, follow the matrix and does it qualify under the rules. And Peter looked the number up. Peter, what number did you find for a family of four?
$31,670.
That sounds about right.
So just imagine a family of four, that's what you have to live on.
Yeah.
And so a family that's missing it by $150, right?
Yeah.
So that's something that I think we have to just be cognizant of as we have this conversation, because I don't know about you, but I have a family of four and I'd struggle. That's a tough number.
Well, and this is
Tough
where, at the end of the day, regardless of what we decide to do, I think this is where we rely on you and your team to let us know and come back and say to us, hey, wait a minute, we've got kiddos that aren't eating, whether it be teachers, whether it be food service workers, whoever it is. I mean,
but
you
are you able to
anyway.
monitor that? Like, are you really able? You're able to monitor that
Yes.
closely enough that you feel?
Yeah, I can look up, my staff know. There is an indicator on the accounts, and it's not like this kid's free, but it does come up and say.
Well, I'm talking about,
but
we know if kids are not eating lunch.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying is we know who comes through the line. So at each level.
I know that they're not home lunch, though, is the.
There are monitors that
Yeah, there's monitors.
That's what I'm asking.
I'm sorry. So you get a general feel as the same, 400 kiddos come every single day, and typically Johnny gets, hot lunch, or usually comes through. And then, in like the elementary level, for example, you can look around and go, oh, he's right there and he's having a home lunch. Okay, cool. But if you notice that's not happening, he doesn't have a home lunch, there has been circumstances that I think it was actually, I don't know if it was this year, it must have been last year. We had a kiddo at LMS who was experiencing severe hunger and was unfortunately not on the program. and Dr. Jetty and I worked to get it sorted.
And qualified.
It qualified, yeah. And it was a lunch monitor noticed it and went up to my staff and said, hey, this kid is not doing okay.
That's good to know.
So it's the staff at each school really do get to know the kids. I mean, I'm going to pick on you three for a sec. Hey guys, you guys know my staff, right? Like, if anything were to happen or something like that, you can at least, talk to them and, I'm struggling with this, I need that, and we're going to find a way to help you guys. But like, if you got lunch every single day and then suddenly you didn't for like a week, we'd be concerned because we know you. That's also the benefit of being a small district is you get to know the kids super well, and that's when it's like, hey, this isn't right, and then you can investigate into it a little
And
further.
if we cut too deep, we need to know that. I mean,
Absolutely.
There's another nuance too, Lauren, but am I correct that New Hampshire is the only New England state that did not extend the free lunch program
That
to
is
all
correct.
kids?
Yes.
Let me say that again. Vermont, Maine, Mass, Rhode Island, Connecticut is not having this discussion because they extended, I don't know what they use, COVID funds or whatever. They said, this is a priority, feeding kids is a priority. They took care of it. New Hampshire said, the program's over, we're going back to the way it was, and it's on our parental responsibility. If I have that correct.
You do have that correct, but in addition to that, the state of New Hampshire, also the state agency, has sent out different allocations of supply chain assistance funding, and they just sent out the last one. We got $13,000 right at the end of last year. That it's earmarked for certain purchases, so you can only, I can only buy like milk or dairy products, and then they just sent out the fourth one last week. That was that survey so I applied for that. So it's essentially free money that we get for our program that we can use it to offset certain costs because we had to deal with it all during the supply chain.
But it's not free lunch for all kids.
It's not free lunch for all kids, but it's something, and
Something.
hopefully a lot of districts didn't fill it out and we get more. That would be awesome. Some districts got like $50,000-$60,000. So
Andrew, I know you're trying to move this along.
I am
I
trying
know
to
you're
move it
trying
along.
really
Sorry.
hard. I have one more question.
Yep.
My read on watching the budget committee meetings is twofold. One, obviously they want fiscal responsibility. That goes without saying. But there's obviously another component of this, which is there's an idea that this is self-funding, and we need to stop calling it that if that's not what it is.
Agree.
And so I think at a bare minimum, like that should be what we are deciding.
Right.
Next
We're not
meeting.
labeling, yeah.
Right. We need to make a clear, unequivocal statement. If this is not a self-funding program, I do agree with the budget committee that there shouldn't be this misnomer that it is.
Well, and that self-funding really stopped last year.
Right.
Right? And we're operating in kind of
Was it
this
just last year?
middle
Was it-
ground.
No, I mean, we had a deficit, it looks like from the spreadsheet she provided.
Yeah.
Except for the years with the.
With COVID.
COVID,
Right, so
there was a deficit
post-COVID.
it looked
yeah,
like
if you
that.
reset it post-COVID, yes.
So if you go to the historic revenue, so in 23 and 21 and 20 and fiscal year 19, all pulled money from the general fund over.
Yeah.
Every year.
So, I mean, we haven't been self-funded for a while.
Right.
So I would ask, going to our next meeting, right, and moving it along.
Thank you.
I would really like to know what your recommendation is and what Mr. Totten, maybe together, your recommendation is. I don't need that tonight, but what,
I'd also like Heidi said, input from the community and from
well, yeah, we've
school
already asked for
community
that.
and from
Absolutely.
greater committee at large.
Yeah.
I could start a post on Facebook. I don't know. I can't make any promises on how that will end.
I can work with you to come up with a survey if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be
I
great.
think I'm happy to do that and gather feedback
You have
that
your
way.
own page, right?
I do have my own page.
What's your activity level on that? I mean, do you have a lot of parents on there?
There's a good amount, and then what I try to do
Menu
is
changes, you and
yeah,
you have to.
I kind of just as need to know information.
You've shared it on the
Yeah, I also tell, like, I'll post something and I'll say to my staff, go share it on these pages, because I'm not on all the town pages. I'm not on the, like, the mom's page and stuff, but
Might be how we survey this time instead of.
Yeah, man, I think all we need to know is at what price point would you no longer purchase, and whether we break that out between because it's not worth it to you or because you can't afford it. I don't know if that matters. I, again, am just concerned about the people that can't afford it.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm happy to
this
do
is-
that.
This is a really important discussion, and I'm glad, I mean, I definitely want to make sure we're giving it the time it deserves. I'm certainly not trying to cut off
I wasn't
anyone
implying
at
that.
all. And if you
You
have
just
more
gotta ask all the
questions,
questions.
please do, but I just am aware of our time, so that's all. Is there anything else that anyone wants to say on this topic? But otherwise, I think we have our marching orders.
Yeah, Lauren, can you just remind me what the free and reduced lunch rate is in town?
The rate.
What percentage of kids run?
Oh, yeah, it's 9.6.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you. Thanks for listening. I appreciate the discussion.
Thank you
Oh.
for all that you do. I mean, that's
Yeah.
a lot of work that you put
Thank
into
you.
this, and you're very
It's-
dedicated to it.
I appreciate it. I really do. I love my job. It's awesome. So, thanks very much, everyone.
Thanks, Lauren.
It is student rep report time if you guys have something for us.
Now I
And
feel
you
like-
really
Came
dressed
dressed
up
up.
for us. I really
Except for
appreciate
now I
that.
feel like Anthony's underdressed.
So fancy over there. I assume you're coming from like a banquet or something?
We talked about in our
Oh,
presentation.
yeah.
We had the
Yep.
New Hampshire Association of Student Councils, a Central District Conference. So
Gotcha.
That was pretty fun. And
Is there any report you want to share or just want to give us a general update?
so you had a
There was a slideshow, yeah.
Did you share it with Mr. Juddy?
I think,
Or Dr.
yeah,
Juddy,
it's the
sorry.
same one we've been using.
You shared it with me. I don't, what, was that earlier today?
It's the same one we've been using.
So I think it's the same
the same
slideshow.
link.
Yeah, we just changed that each, like,
That's good to know. Then I can just leave the link on the agenda. You Just give me a second, I'll get it up for you.
Yep.
You won't?
Take it easy.
so.
Bear with me. Guys, why don't you talk about the lunch program for a second?
We just did that for about 45 minutes. Maybe longer.
How was that second run for that cereal box from LMS?
Oh, I wasn't there for it, but I heard it was unbelievable. So
Yeah.
It was kind of funny to watch them all load every box individually
Yeah.
into a truck.
Oh wow.
There was like 400.
yeah, it was like 400 to 500 boxes of cereal from LMS.
615. We
615.
heard.
650, yeah.
there we go.
That's a lot of cereal.
I want to know
Our
if,
Facebook page, there's a video that went live.
I was gonna say, I can't imagine where the small Litchfield food pantry would be able to store 615 boxes of cereal.
Yeah, they're giving it to like Nashua
Yeah,
Soup Kitchen.
yeah, they had to share it around.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
but did the domino thing work on the first try?
It took two, but it was part of the message, right? 'Cause when we fall down, it takes each other to pick ourselves back up. So we did a trial run the first day. We had one box fall, Mr. Selden.
Yeah, only one.
And then the second round, the first take,
Nice.
it went through.
I hope this is it.
Yeah, that should be it. All right, so yeah, what's
Oh,
that?
no. Is that it?
Yeah. What?
You want to go?
Yeah, you can go.
All right, so we had the Make a Difference campaign drive, which was the week before Thanksgiving, and all schools participated in that a lot. Obviously, we had 615 cereal boxes from LMS. And then we had the Descendants play over this weekend, and Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night were the nights that the play was going on. I think Mr. Lamb said like almost all of the shows were sold out.
It's great.
Yeah. I can talk about this one. So yeah, winter sports. So hockey. So we have hockey, indoor track, and both basketball teams. And I'm pretty sure there's cheer. But so hockey started up their first scrimmage. They had the Saturday against Bishop Brady. I'm pretty sure they won 9-2. So that was pretty fun. And then indoor track started. We've had practices. First meets on the 17th. It's a Sunday. And then the basketball started up, and they had tryouts for both girls and boys. I know the girls team had a scrimmage. I'm not sure what the score was, but I know. And then the boys have a game this Friday away, so it should be pretty fun.
Yeah. So the current events today at Campbell, we hosted the Winter District Conference, and I'm actually really happy with how it went. Like we've been preparing for the past like few weeks, and like I'm beyond excited. Like it beyond blew my expectations away. So. Yeah, I'm really happy about that.
I could just add on, like it was awesome because we had Pinkerton, Londonderry, and Goffstown there, and they all loved it. Like we had karaoke at the end of it, like during dinner, and
Nice.
kids were going crazy. So it was good to see like all the communities together and like just seeing all of us like having fun.
Who is your speaker?
Senator Joe Sweeney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about it, he was also was it Salem?
So he went to Salem High, and he's the representative, the state representative for Salem now. But he went to Salem High, and he was the president of his student council there. And then he was also the president of the NHASC. So
Wow.
Yeah. Pretty
Good
fun.
speaker then.
Yeah.
Hey guys, maybe we should have a team bonding with karaoke. Maybe that'll bring school
wanna hear
board
me
closer
sing.
together.
I'm in.
I'm out.
There it is. Okay.
And then we have the theater field trip, which is the week on December 20th. So then they go see a bunch of plays. And then we have Spirit Week the week of 22nd, which is, Spirit Week for Christmas. So we have the tree lighting on Friday. We also have an assembly on Friday. And then each day is something different to wear, like at school,
We like red and green day, white day, like,
Blizzard day.
different stuff like that. Yeah.
Cool.
I think that's it.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Awesome. Thank
I will
you.
keep this link live, so I apologize. And
All right.
if you just keep updating this, it'll
Yeah.
be there every time. Perfect.
Any questions from school board?
Oh
yeah,
I
wrestling
was
and
there
stuff.
first before I came here, Lebanon, they were taking
Yeah, they
on
also
tonight.
have, yeah.
And the
Wrestling, yeah.
Litchfield Youth Wrestling is doing it at the same time, so both of us are going on at the same time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Good man.
Lots going on. Moving on to community comment on agenda items. So if there's any public comment here, anyone here to speak, come on up to the mic. Anybody? And we will close community comment. So thank you for that. Moving on to correspondence from our vice chair.
Thank you, with the one with the dead laptop. So thank you, Heidi, for letting me borrow yours. Let's see, I have 2 meetings worth of correspondence to read.
Do me a favor before you start. Can you hand me the manifest? So I'm listening
You might as well
whilst
get it.
doing the manifest since I
I've
don't have
already
a
seen all
laptop.
the emails, so.
Thank you.
Go. All right. Sorry, bear with me for just a second. I have to scroll way down. So I'm going to begin with board correspondence for the November 15th meeting. November 2nd, we had an email from Denise McHugh requesting we do not charge CHS student bus fees or remove busing for high school students. I think that was part of our bus continuing contract and bus reduction discussion. November 2nd, Holly Falzone sent the salary and benefit requested positions and attrition history from FY 2018 to FY 2024. Oops. November 2nd, Dr. Jetty sent budget review questions shared spreadsheet. November 3rd, Dr. Jetty slide deck from the 11-2 presentation. FY 2025 budget presentation. November 3rd, Jan Sullivan sent the meetings of the 11-2 school board budget review meeting. November 4th, she sent the draft minutes of the 11-1 public and non-public meeting. We had responses from Andrew and Peter and thanks to Ms. Falzone. November 6th, thank you note from the CHS robotics team for supporting the team. November 6th, Holly Falzone, salaries and benefits budget information, FY 2024 vacancies. November 6th, Matt Shoemaker, circulating the draft work document for the press release regarding the Riley land. Responses from board members, Dr. Jetty, on November 6th, 8th, 9th, 12th, and 14th, working on the shared document for board consensus, comments, and suggestions. November 6th, Ralph Bohm emailed regarding New Hampshire legislation regarding objectionable material and process for parents to opt out of instruction. November 6th, response from Dr. Jetty, review of policies is ongoing and policies regarding objectionable content will be updated as per the DOE technical advisory. November 7th, Andrew Cutter, circulating budget summary and proposed reductions. November 7th, Doug Totten, sharing FY 2024 budget changes spreadsheet. November 8th, Holly Falzone, updated healthcare rates for FY 24. Responses from Heidi Ames and Andrew Cutter. Just saying thank you. November 9th, Ann and Amarati, the manifest for the 11-15 meeting. November 9th, Jan Sullivan, draft minutes for 11-8 public meeting. November 9th, Jan Sullivan, draft minutes for the 11-7 school board budget review meeting. November 9th, Kayla Collins for the 11-15 school board meeting. November 13th, Kayla Collins, the BA report for the 11-15 meeting. November 13th, Ann and Amarati, credit card manifest. November 14th, Mike Jetty, timeline for press release and discussion. November 15th, Doug Totten sent a confidential document outlining out-of-district placement costs. November 15th, Peter Plansky requesting clarification on the 2003 advisory warrant article. response from Heidi Ames with language from that petition warrant article. November 15th, Mike Jetty, regarding CTE tuition and enrollment. During our meeting, we received, on the November 15th, we received an email from Gail Barringer sharing her disappointment in the loss of land for the elementary school. November 17th, we had a thank you from Deb Young. And also November 17th, Matt Shoemaker, reaction to budget committee member comments on a draft press release in response to those comments. November 17th, November 20th, responses from Peter Plansky, Andrew Cutter, and Heidi Ames on whether or not the press release was warranted. November 17th, a thank you from employee Claire Chu for a card in support of support staff. November 20th, Holly Calzone forwarding a thank you email from the Litchfield Support Staff Association. November 25th, response from Peter Plansky, thank you for forwarding that email. November 20th, Doug Totten sharing updates in the SB recommended budget folder. November 20th, Jen Sullivan, draft minutes of November 15th public and non-public meeting. November 24th, Sean Flynn, question whether the board has had an official vote regarding building a new elementary school on the Riley land. On the 26th, we had a response from Chair Ames citing the vote on September 21st of 22. The board approval of the warrant articles on the ballot in March of 23. The new board vote on June 21st, 2023. After exploring the consolidation option and multiple votes to allocate funds, hire contractors, and further progress towards the project, the elementary school project. November 27th, Andrew Cutter circulating Litchfield Capital Improvement Plan, highlighting changes made versus previously approved district plan. November 29th, Meredith Markham Burns, requesting the start date of the 2024-25 school year. Response from Heidi Ames on November 30th, saying that we're pending agreement and dates from surrounding schools and CTE centers. Contract language states students will begin no earlier than 7 days before Labor Day. November 30th, Andrew Cutter sharing email from GMS teacher Stacy Larry, sent to the budget committee regarding critical shortages, working conditions, and student needs impacting instruction in our schools. November 30th, an email from Ron Ovlinas, questions regarding the new elementary school project, costs for our renovation, demolition, etc. December 4th, response from Mike Jetty, direction to tonight's Facilities Improvement Committee meeting and school board meeting, offer to answer questions in writing. And December 1st, Anna Namorati, manifest, voucher, direct deposit manifest. December 1st, Mike Jetty, draft agenda for tonight's meeting. December 4th, Alexandra Luperto, regarding email sent regarding her students. And that's all I have.
Excellent. Any questions? Hearing none, moving into general business, superintendent's report.
So, pretty quick tonight. We have the enrollment report. There's not a lot to say other than we did gain 2 students at GMS. So GMS is the school with the population growth, and we picked up 2 more there. The middle school lost 1, and the high school stayed steady for a net gain of 1. And I've told the principals that it's not necessary to keep updating the class size numbers at this point because, we may take a look at the high school when they switch semesters and get settled in, but otherwise everything else is pretty set at this point. So the links at the bottom are fixed.
Which grade were those 2 students? Just curious.
Yep, so it looks like we gained a 4th grader and actually a pre-K student.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry, pre-K is not included in that. No, pre-K is in the total, I apologize. So it's 4th and pre-K. You're welcome. And the other thing I wanted to share, I pulled out this document that we created and shared with the board a couple of years ago, and this goes back to the competing warrant articles from 2003 and 2004, because this conversation comes up every year around this time. And so to orient the board, we went back at the time and pulled the 2003 warrant article and the vote that was held on that. And this is the one that's most commonly referenced by budget committee members as the one that directed us to place new positions on the warrant. And then the following year, there was, and remember, that was a petition warrant article, so that was advisory. It was not a binding article in my understanding of it. And then the following year, there was another question that was put on, and in that case, it was to say that the board has the authority to use the operating budget for, although it does say agreed to by the budget committee, that are needed to meet the minimum state and federal standards or to maintain services at current year levels. That also was a non-binding advisory article, and it passed by just about the same, well, it had the same number of yes votes, but there were more no votes in that second question. So this must have been an issue from 2004 until 2011, so it predates me, because you can see that then the superintendent asked for a legal opinion about what is the status of these competing warrant articles. And Attorney Gordon Graham, who continues to be the school district attorney, typed out the reply that you see presented. And he basically comes down to say that it's a board level decision, is my read of that. So you can read it for yourself, but his feeling is that it's the responsibility of the elected school board to manage the school district to the best of their ability and discharge their obligations. And that means staffing. That means putting the right people and the right number of people in front of the students that we have. So, you know, as we continue to have this dialogue in 2023, I just wanted to make sure that the board was able to see what Gordon had commented earlier. So,
I think the 2004 one's interesting because it's frequently the 2003 one that's cited without any reference to the 2004 one.
I didn't even know about the 2004.
Good information.
Well, that's because 2003 was a petition warrant article and 2004 was advisory, right?
They're both advisory.
They're both advisory?
Mm-hmm.
petition warrant articles are advisory.
They're both advisory. All right. Anything else for the superintendent's report?
I'm good, thank you.
Okey-dokey. Business and operations, it is the first meeting of the month, so I'm gonna turn it over to you, Mr. Totten.
Kept it quick because we were talking about budget later and buses, and we talked about dining services, so nothing new for this one other than the transfers.
Any questions from the board?
And the transfers are information only, right? There were none that needed action?
There was none that needed action yet.
Hearing no questions from the board, moving on to public minutes for November 15th, 2023. I'll make a motion to approve the November 15th, 2023 public minutes.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the November 15th public minutes, approving them, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? That's 5-0-0. Old business, update on the superintendent search process. So, at this point, for the board's awareness, we had a meeting last week. During that meeting, and at that time, the deadline for submission was for December 3rd. We met on the Tuesday, the 27th, I believe, if I pull up a calendar. And at that point, we had 3 candidates only, which we were expecting. Anthony's on it as well, Matt. We were hoping for a dozen at least. Again, not necessarily all viable and not necessarily all that would move forward, but we were hoping at least to have interest in the area of a dozen, and only having 3 was disappointing. So we, as a committee, made the decision to push out the application date to January 6th. And so NHSBA sent an update about that, and we are looking to get more applicants. We've had 3 more since then, which is good news. The hope is by pushing it out to after the holidays, it lets people in the area who are thinking about it know they can do it. Again, we'd like to, the more we review, the better, I think. The more options we have, the more people we see, the more I don't want to say resumes because it's not done that way, but applications and packets that we look at, the
How does that
better.
impact your timeline?
So it's still doable according to Michelle Munson, our rep. Our hope was to have someone in place by February so that they could go through the deliberative process, so that they could go through March election process, be involved in the year-end activities and kind of see the district. We still believe we're on task to have someone hopefully by mid-February, but it's just going to cram it all really tightly into January.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have a couple full-day sessions planned, and then we know there's going to be more full-day or potentially full-day sessions once we narrow down final candidates and talk about community forums and visits and whatnot. So that is where we are at right now. Did I miss anything important?
You missed nothing.
Okay, so that is the superintendent search process.
Did you mention that we talked about expanding the postings?
Yes, so we wanted to try to hit more, they're already out there, so it's on School Spring, is already on what are considered the traditional, educational posting sites.
Yeah, it was School Spring and Ed Jobs. We did ask, because of the lower amounts of applications, would it be worth posting in other places just to see? And I think the answer was we could.
They're trying. They'll see where else they can post. The good news is even just word of mouth. I mean, people knowing people and how it goes. There was a few more applications since that time, so I'm happier with 6 than I am with 3. So still want more, but
They can apply both on the
they can
website and on our website.
and on the district website. Correct. So that is the update on the superintendent search process. Happy to answer any questions individually later on. Happy to answer questions now to the extent that we can. New elementary school update is next. So I don't know who I'm turning it over. Am I turning it over to you, Tina? Am I turning it over to Dr. Jetty?
Let me tee it up, and then both Matt and Tina were in the meeting. So we held a Facilities Improvement Committee meeting today. And I would encourage all board members, if you have the opportunity in the next 2 weeks, to view that, because there was a lot of information. Kyle was here, Dave Ely was here. We talked about the backstory. We have been very busy. The kind of executive subcommittee that's been sort of helping to guide this, which is really Doug, me, Tina, Matt is available, Dan is there, and then the design team. We've been meeting and offering feedback, and that resulted in a pretty detailed presentation at 3:30. I was hoping we were going to be done at 5, but we were done at, 5:28, so we brought it right up to the wire. So, and linked here to the agenda are various things. It might make sense, Tina, I'll just open them up and you give a quick primer on what people are looking at with them. So, and this way, anybody who is watching only this meeting tonight would be able to see what we have here.
So this is basically a site plan. You can see the GMS property is outlined in the red dotted line. The current GMS building is in in the bottom corner in that little triangle.
Yep.
And so what they've done is cited the new school basically over the baseball field that's there now. It's essentially the same design as the one that we had planned for the Riley land, except that because the land is flat and not on a grade, we have a second level for 3rd and 4th grade.
But it's been reduced to 80,000 square feet, so it was drastically reduced. Andrew, of particular note is that they cut out the majority of the open space. That was a point of discussion.
What was it before?
It was
96.
I thought it was,
96.
Oh, that was originally.
Originally 96.
It's been 80,000 for a while.
It was 88,000 roughly.
Yeah.
Up
until 2
about,
weeks ago.
Yeah, about a month ago, 2 weeks ago. And then we cut it by additional 8,000 at that point.
So the open spaces in each wing for the class so to have space for 2 classes to be able, or 2 grade levels to be able to collaborate, was reduced. But, the classroom sizes are all up to code. We'll show you that on the other plan. So what you have here is pretty much where the current entrance is now, to GMS is the entrance. So cars will enter there. to enter into either the parking lot or the drop-off pickup loop, there is an emergency access and bus loop around the back of the school, which GMS currently doesn't have right now. So that is, it's a safety measure. And also it separates buses from the cars so that we can load students into buses and into cars simultaneously, making dismissal process go a lot faster. The buses will be able to come in and loop around in that little loop that is
This is the bus loop.
kind of off to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so kids will be able to load in that bus loop, and then buses will come back out through and exit back onto 3A. So the wing kind of coming straight down is the preschool and kindergarten wing. And then the...
Yeah, I'll flip to that one in a second. Just one other thing to note is that because we're building on the baseball field, you have the new baseball, softball, and soccer field up on the upper plateau. So you can see the gradient lines of where the steep hill is in the woods. But then there's space here across from the middle school for a baseball field, a softball field, and a soccer, I keep saying soccer, lacrosse, soccer, whatever other activity you would have.
So that opens, that allows LMS students to practice on LMS property right directly from the school. They don't have to traipse through the woods.
So before you
go
jump,
down
one
the road.
question on that, if I may.
Okay.
I feel like that design in that location feels cramped. Like, why wouldn't we position the building east to west instead of north to south and taking advantage of the full space?
So we actually had 5 different ways of orienting the school.
Well, so
the school.
The easier answer to that is that what you're not seeing depicted on here is the wetland, the stream or the brook that's coming straight through. So that does change if you try to orient it differently. That does change the orientation for it.
Is that what this is?
But I feel like
That
this plan will
faded
impact
area?
your Litchfield and being able to operate a GMS while a new school's being constructed.
They wouldn't be constructing the circle, so the access would be up through the side. It's my understanding during construction. And so where the current Litchfield is like basically where that parking lot
Here.
in like the circle
Yep.
is. So they wouldn't have to do that until really the end.
That final grading and work would be the last summer before occupancy. So, and in the meantime, the new leach field is this area. We have to construct a new leach field, so
When you zoom in, that faded area with the line, that's the
stream.
wetlands, that's the stream that you're talking
And
about.
there's the
That goes
bridge.
all the way up through, right? And
Yep,
the
there's the
bridge.
existing bridge.
Okay, so that's why it couldn't go that way.
Right.
Got it.
There was an orientation where it was flipped, so it was like twisted this way, and it just this ended up being the best fit on the site. I know it looks crammed, but there's actually into the woods. The wetland doesn't really start until further back into the woods, so this actually does back the majority of the building up to the woods, which is better to look at than if you were coming down 3A and have the back of the building. The 2 stories is actually behind it, so it won't look like a 2-story school from the road. And this gives you a direct approach into the entryway, which will be
And still allows access for the softball field and potential play fields or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, this is sort of like a crossway with probably a new bridge across the stream further back. And then you would have access to the soccer field here and the softball field, if we choose to keep that. With the new ones up on the hill, the town would have to give us input as to what exactly they wanted to see for fields down below.
But we could probably share with Andrew the different orientations in Kyle's, so he could see it.
So here is the first floor plan. So, Tina, do you want to, I'll zoom in on the heart, because it's sort of like the entry of what you're coming into. This is the main entrance here.
Yep. So I think there's a staircase, and that's kind of the central lobby. That's actually been reduced by quite a bit. So you would enter into that there's an entryway that brings you in front of the Learning Commons, and the main office is in the blue, right there. So that would be a secure vestibule like we have currently that would have a window into the main office, and then you could be buzzed in. The layout of this is such that access through the main door or through the entryway closer to the gym gives you access to basically all of the central, the shared spaces that would be available to the community. So you could enter in and access the gym, access the cafeteria and the learning commons, which would be the most likely rooms used for the community meetings or events. The gym is currently at, I forget the number.
5,845.
5,845 square feet, which is a middle school sized court. So it'll allow for a middle school sized basketball court, but it wouldn't necessarily be the size of a recommended middle school gym. So it would be, the court, it'll fit a court, but not much else. So those are blue bleachers up to the side there. Off of the gym on the north end is a platform that would be, is a platform that would be used for stage projections, concerts, those kinds of things. That comes right off the music room, which is really great for those kinds of things. And then we've got gym storage, two large bathrooms that the community would be able to access if they're using the gym or the cafeteria. And then if I go into the pink area, that's student and wellness. So that would be our counselors, our mental health clinicians, social workers, psychologists. There's a testing room and storage for them. And then we have the main office in the blue right adjacent to that. Let's see.
Where do you want to go?
Let's go.
Hit the yellow on the other side.
The yellow on the other side. So it looks like we have the learning commons is right off the lobby, and then access through the learning commons goes to the art room and another room for unifieds, it's labeled as skills enrichment and tech, which is a unified arts that we have currently at GMS, who I believe is right now sharing the teachers lounge, an area of the teachers lounge. Which is not conducive to many tech activities. Going down from there, we have green rooms. Those are for our special services, student services, and case managers, and for groups in resource room. And then just below those is the orange ones are classrooms. So we have currently 3 pre-K classrooms and 5 kindergarten classrooms. Consensus was that due to enrollment at the younger grade levels, we're going to need 5 classrooms for each grade level up until 4th grade. So we've kind of allocated 3 for preschool, which is sufficient with a half-day program, 5 for kindergarten, 5 first grade, 5 second grade. So
I would encourage you to go back and, if you
Yes.
go listen to the meeting, not you,
Yes.
but go listen to the meeting before. Kyle did a really good job covering the enrollment, his analysis of enrollment, and it was a very, well thought out analysis. It wasn't just, he looked at a bunch of data to support that. So,
But all these kids are flowing through first, second, and third. Why wouldn't you have 5 fourth?
because the class sizes are larger
You
in
can
4th grade.
have more. You can have up to 24.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that's where kind of where
For-
that cutoff is. So at the north,
But you're fitting more kids in the same square footage. So you have
Correct.
more bodies. That doesn't make sense.
So,
feel like
I
these-
asked
you could
that
have 4
exact
fourth grade, but they need to be a little bit bigger.
I asked that same question. So, the younger kids, they have room for rug area, stuff like that. They need more space. They can't really keep their bodies in check. As they get older, you can kind of pack them in a little bit tighter. And what Dan said was that the 4th grade rooms, even though they're the same size as the 3rd grade rooms, 900 square feet is still roughly 200 square feet bigger than what they have right now. So that will still feel really big to them. A lot of those cuts were made just at the urging of the district to say we really need to have more savings. So they did cut. I mean, ultimately we started off with larger spaces that were
Right.
obviously
Right.
ideal.
And the collaboration spaces, so you can see in the middle, like between the first grade and the second grade on the first floor, there are some cutout little green areas. There's a multi-purpose room that would be for perhaps a service provider coming to meet with a small group. They could access that space. And there are a couple of collaboration little nooks for like a couple of kids working on a project. They could still work in that space outside of the classroom if necessary. Also of note is that we have a bathroom in each classroom.
Yeah, I see that.
It is required, I believe,
No.
for kindergarten,
Oh, for kindergarten.
but
Alright.
highly recommended for all other grades. So that would,
Their second floor.
on the second floor, thank you. So that's on the first floor for first and second grades. Third and fourth grade do not have bathrooms in the classroom. Instead, they have gang toilets down the hall.
Such a horrible, such a horrible
I
description.
know, it's really
It's what it's
bad.
called, but such a.
Is that what it's called?
It's called, you're calling it right, but it
Yeah.
just doesn't sound right.
We gotta come up with a better word, but we don't know what it is.
Multi-group person,
Good.
no, that's not
50
good
years to
either.
figure it out.
No, it's all terrible. Multi-stall bathrooms,
It's a community bathroom.
four-holer,
That's a much better.
that's not great
Better than a
either. I
gang.
don't know what we call them.
I like Peter's community bathrooms as a better.
Community bathroom? Yeah, there's no gang activity in third and fourth grade as far as I know. I hope not. So then we have, the bathrooms, a resource room, an office for the case manager, and then a staff room on the second floor. Is there also one on the first floor?
The staff, there's not a staff
not one on the
room for
first
like
floor.
lunch on the first floor.
Okay, so that would be on the second floor. Oh, also of note, back on the first floor, there, just like we have at LMS, at the secure vestibule, the entrance, there's an entrance into a conference room, so that if visitors are coming in for a meeting, they don't have to enter the school building with access to the classrooms and other rooms. They can go right into the conference room.
But this
through
would be
the
a locked
vestibule.
door then, I would
And then that
assume,
would
the
be a
other
locked
conference
door.
room.
Correct. Yep. I've seen schools that also, it's not on this, but the entrance into the main office is also off the
Yeah.
vestibule. So you wouldn't have to buzz a parent even through the second set of doors to come around the corner.
Okay.
You should be able to get right in.
Well,
Yeah.
and looking at where
And
this
this-
shares a line right here,
Right, you could
it
easily
almost
do
looks
that.
like that window could go right into the vestibule.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you
There's-
wanted to.
Yeah, and this is not, I mean, this is not final by any stretch of the imagination. There are still months and months and months of design work to finalize this. This is basically just schematic. Just here's where we think those things will go.
I scrolled back up to the second floor because you can see that the gym roof, think back to the design we saw before, that's like the barn-like structure, so that's a higher roof. And the library will also have a higher roof with clerestory windows looking out, so that there'll be natural light, because I was concerned that, the main brain of the building is gonna be kind of dark. It's not. There'll be a lot of natural light because it will have that higher ceiling, and the same with the stairwell.
And I
So
hadn't noticed before that the art room and the set room is the only entrance through
So
the.
they did bring that
No,
up. in
that's-
one of
that's
the
weird.
meetings.
They gotta go through the
So
library.
they are still analyzing what their options are
Okay.
for access into those. That was something that they definitely brought up the first round of looking at this.
Yeah.
I believe that probably will be changed to have their own
Yeah,
access to
it's
it.
really tough to have two classes going through.
Haven't we
learning
seen at
comments.
LMS
Yeah.
right now where people are using that egress that interrupts? I have to imagine that interrupts the
Absolutely.
classes that are happening
Yeah.
in there. No matter how many bookshelves you put there to try and create a hallway.
Yeah. So like I said, this is very drafty. The bulk of the work will happen if the bond passes in March.
Any other questions on that design? There are, where are the leftover handouts? Did somebody grab
They're
those?
right here.
Okay, so if somebody wants a larger printout
Oh,
on
yeah,
the board.
right.
I would, absolutely.
Yeah, well, let us put a packet together for you, Doug. All right, go back, so a couple of other quick things. Proposed budget,
Nope. Sorry.
I mean, this is very, very high level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have more details behind some
This
of
is
this?
actually using, it's not using current costs, it's projected costs based on, a current project that Kyle is working with Bonnet Pages Stone on. So the materials costs, the square footage costs are derived directly from actual costs and then adjusted for inflation. So those are, you know, pretty close to as real as we can get right now.
Although it's a little bit high level, not detailed, it does take into everything in consideration other than what to do with the current GMS. So that's not part of this. So as far as like making sure the number is a total number, it does that and it accomplishes that with, if you look down at the bottom, a $2 million contingency as well. So as something goes up, something else will go down, but if it goes up more than something else goes down, then you have the contingency for that to play with this, not play, but to work with as well.
So also, part of the design team includes Keith McVeigh, who is the principal at Bonnet Page and Stone, who is the construction manager that's been hired for the project. Keith and Kyle are working on a project right now in Manchester, so they're looking at real-time costs of this. So even though it is high level, it's based upon that real-time.
Yeah, they're doing a big addition on Trinity.
That's,
Yes,
they're
it's huge.
partnering on that. And so, so I can tell you the big number is line 2, which is the general construction at 34 million. They're estimating 80,000 square feet at $425 a square foot. The Trinity project's coming in just shy of 4. But by the time they do this with escalating costs, they are predicting that we're going to be at 4.25. So that number keeps getting bigger. Tina asked a question, what number did Kyle give you for the project in New Ipswich? It was like 200.
It was 200 per square foot.
And that
12
was
years ago.
12 years ago. So that just shows you where the construction prices
And that was
have gone.
total build, that wasn't just hard.
That's a brand new build.
Weren't we talking about $500 a square foot back in March?
I think you were.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
We were pushing Kyle to get that under 400.
Yeah.
But
That's
you
when
know,
you asked for the gold-plated toilets.
Wasn't me.
we said, what can we do for 375? And he said they came back and they said the compromises we would have to make to come in at 375, the community's not gonna be satisfied with that. And so they felt 4.25 using the Trinity project was the right
This is
number to
steel
use.
construction and
Yep.
concrete.
So when you boil it all down, and the other is site development, 3 million.
But I think to Peter's point, there are plenty of schools that are over 425 per square foot. So what, you know, as we try to get them to 375, they said that's probably not doable where you're gonna kind of be happy with what's built. But that is a responsible number for a town to project out to be 425, because there's plenty of towns that would project out further than 425.
The project above us, the Runlet Middle School, so remember that's the number 4 project on the state aid list, they're at $800 a square foot for that project. That's their number. It's very simple math, 255,000 square feet, you're, well, dividing by their $170 million, and you're at over $800 a square foot.
Concord property?
Yeah. So, you know, they're using Boston architects. I mean, it's their project. They can do as they wish, but that's their number. So this is what Kyle's giving us.
I really drilled into Kyle on the contingency and just saying, you know, with each of these lines, are you feeling very confident? I mean, he's very clear, you know, we won't know certain things until we are further along, but I did ask him multiple times, you know, are you feeling confident that you're adding enough of a buffer so that way we're not surprising anyone? Because I know that's the biggest concern is we really don't want to ever have to come back and say, yeah, we really under budgeted for anything. And he said that multiple times that he felt good about the numbers he was putting forward.
Remind me, is this the same team that we used for LMS in the costs?
No.
It's completely different, right?
Yep. And then items 3, 4, 5, and 6, design fees are a percentage of the numbers. Furniture, we did some cutting on that line in order to recognize that the kindergarten furniture, which is now 6 years old, is going to go to the new building.
Yeah. We've been
Dan's
replacing
replaced
furniture.
3rd and 4th.
Yep.
So we trimmed some of the money out of that. Administrative costs are relatively straightforward. We're going to talk in a little bit about the owner's project representative, and also the bonding and the legal on this, and the contingency at 2,000. So you end up with 44,090,000 as the budget currently being presented. The state building aid is 7, and we feel highly confident that that is our money this year if the voters support this project, leaving a bond amount of $37,090,000.
How is this building powered?
Say again?
How is this building powered?
So
Hamsters.
let's go to that next. It's not hamsters.
I didn't have access to the
Students.
file, so.
Yep.
Treadmills.
Anything else
Every
on the,
student's gonna have
anything else on the
bicycle under their
budget?
desk.
So
Solve a lot of problems.
just to reiterate, that includes all the site work, the project, the building, obviously, the construction, and it does not include any demolition or what to do with existing GMS. That would have to be determined. What else is not in it? I think everything else is in it. So now, at the end of this, what we have asked is that you go back to the owner's project requirement for this building, and it was a net zero building with the ability to produce all the energy that it's going to use. So in the construction budget, we listed on this document what is included, and so it will be designed to be advantageous to maximal solar design. So the orientation, the way the roof is being done, we'll be able to put an array on the roof, et cetera. And then we are building the building tight, so it'll be energy efficient and be able to support a roof-mounted array. The power comes from the operational side of it. So currently, in the FY25 budget, we are budgeting $73,000 for electricity at GMS. We're budgeting $9,750 for propane for the portables. Fuel oil at $93,340, which sums up to $176.90. That's current operational costs to keep our energy at the elementary school. And remember, the PPA at LMS is costing us $95,120 a year, and that supplies all the power. And at the end of the 6 years or 7, we looked at 6 years. I have 7 years here. That's wrong. It's 6 years. We have to make that one-time purchase of $600,000 for the array at the middle school. So the point being that the $176.90, we adjusted this today, so I'm fixing this on the fly, sorry, is more than enough in a quick analysis to power that building, to pay for a PPA there. And of course, once Dan made the point that if you take the 176 and multiply it by the 6 years, you can use those operating costs to pay for the PPA, also to make the purchase, and then at year 7, you own it, and those operating costs are absorbed back into the budget, or available for other uses, return to the taxpayers, however you want to look at it. So, so that is not on the budget side that you just looked at, it's on the operational savings if we go this direction with it. And, sorry, Tina, I feel like I'm taking over.
No, you're good.
Kyle did the reminder of the renovations versus new construction, and for board members who were coming in, that was the conversation with Mr. Oblenis about, exactly what the numbers are. And then he and Kyle they were still having a conversation in the lobby when we got started. And there is a design timeline document here, which I think I made available. Just so you can see what we have been doing to get to today, presenting the Design to Facilities Improvement Committee. It's now out in the public sphere. We had 3 members of the public who came to the meeting tonight. It's broadcast on TV. We're waiting for feedback, and we're going to have another meeting on Monday the 11th to just review feedback that we've received, maybe work on some of the questions that we were asked tonight. And then we'll present the final design to facilities improvement next Wednesday. They would be asked to vote at that point in time, and then that vote would come to you on Wednesday the 20th. because we have to set a budget, because we need a number for the warrant. So that's really what we're up against to get that number on there. So I think the $37 million number, that's thousand, I wish, right? $1 million number is what we're going to be going back to say, is this something that we're comfortable going forward with?
The only question I have is, we're getting ahead of ourselves because we have to draft the warrant, but we need to know about the 7.
That's exactly my question. When are we going to know that? When is that going to be secured?
We're not going to know that, and unfortunately, we're not going to know it in advance. What I'm advising is that we write the warrant article to say pending the state aid, because if, let's call it what it is, it's Colebrook, which is the #1 school. If they, for some reason, have a successful bond vote, they're going to trump us. That's their money. History shows that they probably aren't going to, because last year, not only did they not get to the supermajority, it failed miserably. And flipping that around is a huge challenge. So
Is that like 38% or?
yeah, they had like
30s.
30% supported their project. They had to get to 60, and it just doesn't seem like that's a huge flip.
So Kyle today said, based off of our qualifications, between 5 and 7, but based on inflation, he's expecting it to be closer to the 7. We just need to make sure we take that into account as well, because if we did get approved and for some reason it was the 5, like that should be something we should also be preparing, like sort of telecasting as well, I think.
But he also talked about, so that prediction and range was given based upon like last year's expenses.
Right.
And so he's pretty confident that if it gets approved and then they recalculate based upon what's happened with inflation, we're going to be at the
I mean,
the high end.
he's very confident toward the 7, but I think we should probably, before we go into looking at drafting a warrant, we should probably just broach that with him to make sure we're drafting something appropriate.
And
I think we'll have to bring it down from 7, because that confidence to get up to 7 isn't until the project kind of begins or ends, and that's when you're looking at construction costs.
Okay.
So we couldn't use, although we'd expect 7, we couldn't use 7. I wouldn't use 7 in the warrant at that point.
Our bond counsel, once hired, and our attorney will advise exactly the language.
Yeah.
What we're asking for, they have the template for the language for us. So
I just want to, he brought it up for the first time that I heard it today, so I just want to make sure that we're getting that accurately across to the public, that if we've talked multiple times about 7, if that number starts to be presented as 5, that's the reason why. It's not a case of like that we are still being told that we're anticipating 7, but
More conservative number.
Yep. Right.
Any other questions?
or comments from,
Yeah.
It's a lot to digest.
we've been busy.
You've been very busy. I mean, I'll voice out loud, I mean, I wish it came in at the 40 instead of 44. I understand why it didn't, and I understand why it can't, but I do wish that was there.
I think that Kyle started out, and one of his biggest focuses was that price per square foot, and he worked with Bonapage and Stone pretty intensely to try to find an accurate number. And I think that just in the time that we've been talking about this, he acknowledged in the time that we've been talking about this project over the last 2 years, that number has gone up. And
yeah,
just based off of today he went over, if you go back and review it, he went over construction inflation, and it's 42% as opposed to what you're seeing in the grocery store at 10%.
Right.
So that's one of the biggest drivers for this is I don't see that number coming down, and we're not solving that
And we
problem.
stand to lose building aid if it's not approved this year.
Building aid and pay the full 44, if not 50,
More.
60,
Right.
as it goes up. I mean, so again, I'm just expressing.
Yeah.
First time seeing those numbers, I was from the capital improvement plan, from our conversations in the past year or so, I was in the range in my head of being around 40 million, and then 7 million in building aid to bring it down to 33.
We were there going into this phase of it. And after doing, I mean, we cut almost 10,000 square feet out of the building.
Yeah.
And he said, you know, to get it to that amount, you're spending, it was under 375. And then they were talking about switching over to a stick-built building. And we're just like, that's not the durability we're looking for. It's not, we didn't feel people would be satisfied with that type of construction. So we want to get 100 years out of the new building. And
Right.
so,
And remembering too that our goal is to have an extremely efficient building so that we can save taxpayers on the energy costs. Because right now, I think I remember somebody saying GMS is the second least, there's the second worst school building in New Hampshire as far as energy efficiency. The amount of money that we pour into that building that goes right out the doors and windows is just astounding.
The walls.
And the walls.
Just
I
literally
agree
goes
with
out the
that
wall.
principle, but before, as a board member, before I'm comfortable making that decision, I need to see a return on LMS. I need to see
Right.
real numbers, real stats of what that's gonna do for us, because all we've heard are guesses. We don't have
Well,
any.
you're speaking regarding
The
solar.
solar-
You're talking specifically about solar.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I mean, because LMS was not a new build.
Right.
Correct, but we've done a lot of energy efficiency,
Right.
right? We're awaiting solar, which we'll get an update on here momentarily. But I wanna be able to see a return on that before we make that decision.
But I think that's why it's not in the project
Not in the
budget, right?
budget,
It's
right.
it's an operation.
Yeah.
You've presented
I mean,
that as an
and-
operational
and,
budget.
And the short answer to that is the PPA is in place. So we're paying $96,000.
Well, we're not paying that yet, so.
Well, but Kay,
We're not paying for
sorry,
electricity
we're
right
paying the electricity directly to Eversource.
We're paying a
But
lot.
Kay is
We're paying a lot of
reimbursing us if we exceed the 96. She is committed to reimbursing us for that because,
They made a promise.
correct. So, yes, we have not seen the check, but we have that commitment that the PPA is operational, even though it's not operational with the array yet. And we'll get into more detail on that in a minute.
Regardless, we won't be paying fossil fuels. We won't be paying for propane and oil. I mean, unless we decide to put in a system that runs on propane and oil, but then our energy costs over the years are gonna sawtooth.
But I don't disagree with you, Andrew. I mean, we need to see that
Yeah.
we need to see that it works.
But I don't know, is
Townspeople
that,
need to see it. You know what I mean? They've been hearing it now for many years.
but do we need that information in order to proceed with putting this plan on the warrant, I guess is my question. Because it sounds like
No, I mean,
the
we can,
solar is a separate question, is that,
Well,
we can build and power the school as is.
right,
Through normal channels and add solar afterwards.
afterwards?
If it's designed properly, to be able
Right.
to
And
accept
and
it.
that's the
Yeah.
goal though, is to get it designed properly so that it's efficient.
Okay, so this is where we,
I'm interested in your sorry, one other thought, and I know
Yeah.
we're trying to move it along.
no, I was just gonna say, I wanna plead with
There's
the,
a lot here.
there's a
lot
ton
here,
here.
right? And I'm
Here.
reflecting back on all the comments and discussion made here, right? I mean, you had mentioned solar and the building orientation being in a way where it's receptive of solar, and if I think about that, I don't know that I agree with that, right? Because the building is facing against the trees to the east, right?
So the actual situation with the solar is that with a flat roof building, the majority of this will be flat roof buildings. They can manipulate
I
as
heard
lo-
barn style, I mean, I've heard different, I don't know that I heard flat.
We haven't
So,
seen enough.
so you,
data
if
to
you go back
say-
and watch today,
Okay.
they will say that there are some sloped roofs for architectural detail, but the majority of the roofs on this building will be flat, and that will permit them, if they needed to do solar, if they wanted to do solar, if we wanted them to do solar, to orient the panels on the roof, however they needed to do that.
You know, and even, and when I talk about design choices, so again, think about the path of the sun on that site. The barn is to the north, so it's not gonna be an obstruction as the sun comes over the hill. You know, you might have to cut a few more trees down into the hill, in order to, not into the hill, but there's actually quite a bit, if you walk from the baseball field
Yeah,
into the
there's a lot
woods,
of land
it's
there.
pretty flat for a while,
Yeah.
and then it goes up pretty steep. So the point is, you might have to cut some trees back in order to get the sun to hit the array sooner, whatever. They'll do all that. All of that is what I mean by
did ask the question
maximal.
though about the solar from the orientation perspective, and they said with the flat roofs, it's far less of a concern.
Again, given the last I don't want to say last minute, but given how quickly you guys have had to change, given the circumstances with the land and where we're at, to see plans, to see a proposed budget, to see all of this is really impressive, I do think. There a lot of work has gone into this. I think this is where, and that's what I was gonna say, is my plea to hear from the public. I mean, this is the opportunity. There's certainly chit chat on different social media pages, but send it in to us directly. Let us know or come talk to us. Because this, this may be the plan going forward. This is your chance to weigh in on it, So I guess for me, a lot of my questions may come from watching the facilities meeting. I want to see if they get answered through that, or if that raises more questions. So once I have a chance to do that, but it looks like from the timeline, we want to vote on this next meeting.
So watching that, and then, I'll turn up the heat a little bit. Watch it before and have an ability to ask questions of the facilities improvement meeting before the 13th, right? So that's where we're going to be voting. And, Doug and I were talking today, so we're having a little dilemma. What is our vote as members of that committee? Are we voting based upon the budget, based upon the impact of this, based upon educators, based upon the overall scope? I mean, so we're sort of like, we have work to do to figure out exactly how, what is our role in voting on that? Or should we be abstaining? Is Dan voting as a principal who needs a school? Is he voting as a principal of a school in a community that has a tax structure that is not advantageous to a project like this?
Well, you're voting to recommend it to the board.
Yeah.
So,
if this is the plan the Facilities Improvement Committee believes is the best plan to move forward in accomplishing the goals of the district, that's what I think we're voting for.
We've been directed by the school board to.
That's what I'm expecting these two votes to be.
Well, and that's the other question. Do we get 2 votes? Is it 1 vote? We've never had 2 members in attendance before.
It should be 1 vote.
Yeah, agreed.
Fine. You guys have to flip a coin or agree.
Concerned.
But that's helpful because,
looking at the composition of that committee, I can kind of see how this vote's going to go. Right. I mean,
but what I think is important, and I think I understand that we had a representative from the select board in attendance today that was complimentary of the work done on this project. Is that fair to say?
It was Kevin Lynch who was in the meeting, and he surprised me just in terms of what he feels the deficiencies are in the building and the need for this.
Our former building inspector, nonetheless.
He was speaking, and he and Kyle had an exchange that was very supportive, and so I think people have recognized that the building is aged and it's time to do something. And
well, I hope his comments are a reflection of good information that's being presented, because if you listen to his comments were very much rooted in his experience in construction.
He knows what he's looking at.
And so I felt like what I was, and I don't want to put words in Kevin's mouth, but what I was interpreting him to be saying was, based off of my expertise and the information that you're presenting in front of me, this gives me a greater sense of this being a project or preparation well done.
It's appreciative of the amount of work and research and time.
But again, just to be clear, we're not putting words in Kevin's mouth.
No.
You can go back and
We're
watch
gonna
it.
watch it.
I want to be very clear. I don't speak for any board member or any other person other than myself.
From my understanding, the budget committee is still on the committee, but no longer has a vote.
We actually didn't have that discussion. We didn't have
The budget committee did choose
The budget
that.
committee
Chose.
elected to not vote, be a voting member on that committee.
So I don't think it's a matter of whether it's if it's the facilities improvements or school boards, it's the budget committee said their rep will not be voting.
Brian participated in the meeting today, but because there was no vote, we didn't have that discussion, so it didn't come up, but it'll come up at the next one.
Again, as we're talking about I'm just trying to figure out who's voting, because I think you just said I can see where this is going or see what.
Yeah,
I mean, but I'm trying to look at who are the different members that are on that committee, and not just what their vote is, but what is their opinion,
And again, I think this is the critical time for the public to weigh in.
Absolutely. Or ask questions, or come
The
to
questions,
that facilities
right?
meeting.
The questions
Send
are
them in.
the questions are really important. We had, fairly lively exchange in the facilities committee meeting, and we need to have those conversations. I mean, we want to answer the questions, and I think hopefully what will be found, you won't see it if you watch it, but the conversation continued between Kyle, with Kyle in the hallway, and I think a lot of what's going to come out of that was Kyle was willing to share that particular community member wanted to see data behind calculations that Kyle said would be multiple sheets that he's happy to share, right? And so if there's community members that want that, right?
Yeah, ask for it.
Come ask for it, and we will try to get you that information.
So I didn't speak up because he was using the 54-page executive summary, not the 375-page document. So then I'm like, are the sheets in the 375? I don't know the answer to that, but I wasn't going to get into it today. But I was like,
Can I see that 375 pages?
it's on the GMS site. So he accessed it on the Reimagining GMS site.
Oh, okay, cool.
So there's the executive summary and the full doc. Again, I don't know that the sheets are in the full doc, but I also don't know what 300 more pages are. So I'm hoping that they're there.
But it was a great opportunity because that question, I couldn't have answered that question. I don't know what were behind the numbers that I'm trusting Kyle as our hired expert to guide us on those and provide us with numbers that I believe to be accurate. I wouldn't have been able to answer that question, but because he came and asked it of the right people, like we can get those answers. So that was very useful to have him come today.
Yeah. We weren't able to address all of the questions that he submitted to the school board, so I think maybe a written response is warranted.
Yeah.
Because I do want to continue that dialogue.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so are there any other questions from the board on the new elementary school update that was provided? I think the next step is to go into bond council, but before we jump to that,
One final thought, and it's really the elephant in the room here, right? And it's what every taxpayer is going to ask is, what's the impact to me, right? I know it's preliminary, we probably don't even have that yet, but we're going to need that pretty soon, certainly on a warrant article, because that's where it becomes real.
Yep.
Well, what do we think the CIP said it was 2.1 million a year, the payment, right?
Well, Doug's got numbers, so if you asked, we'll answer.
Somewhat numbers, because what's in flux and what's always going to be in flux is the interest rate.
Yeah, it changes, Sure.
And then even if we don't get an interest rate as low as was 3 years ago, if it's a 20 or 29-year bond, it doesn't mean that we can't at some point get a lower interest rate too.
Okay, I was going to ask that.
But and all our numbers so far from the New Hampshire Bond Bank, we don't have to go with the New Hampshire Bond Bank. There's other people who will be willing to lend to a town as well. But we are looking, if it's 37,090,000 that we're bonding, because we're getting the 7 million of building aid, we're looking roughly, I don't want to give like a firm number, but around 2.2 million a year for 29 years, which would be about a little over 900 on a $500,000 house. So it is.
Now, I do think one thing that we should go back and discuss is Mr. Oblenis made the point about, and we've openly acknowledged that we have not factored in either demolition of the current school, which we're not making any decisions on because that's a community discussion, but potentially putting that figure in as at least a placeholder for costs related to that, because there's something needs to be there for that. And I didn't
on the CIP for the. No, was that for?
No,
that's
it's
for,
not on the CIP.
Renovating.
No, I agree. I think, and what he's presenting is probably what would be the lowest cost. So if you demolish everything but the 30s building and you just cap off the 30s building, what would be that cost? And if the town wants to do more with that, well, the town can say, well, we don't want to demolish things. We'll take it over, or we'll do whatever. But it's a town choice, because at the end of the day, it's a community school, just like all the other schools are.
But I did think that was a good point that
I think
he
it's
made,
good.
and I think we should probably ask for that to be updated in that number, so that way we can make sure we're including something.
Yeah, and when we've talked about demolition in the past, what people have always said is it's lower than you think it would be, which is a good thing. And again, this isn't us saying we're going to demolish the whole thing, and we have no plans on demolishing the 30s building at all. But if something needs to be done, it would be demolish everything but the 30s building, or that could be a decision that was made.
There are multiple conversations to be had about that.
No doubt.
Because I do
And one
think it's an
comment
option
that was
for town.
one comment that was made by a member of the committee was, move the SAU to the 30s building. And I said, but you're talking $1 million renovation. You got to make it handicap accessible. There's work that has to be done there. And I'm just going to say, as much as people feel like we're squatting at the high school on space that was there, we've been there for 23 years. Their population has declined. We're not in the way of anybody. There is space. We're fine where we are.
Yeah, I mean, this is solely a function of what does the community want to see with
Absolutely.
an existing building that they have a deep connection to. And by all means, that's a conversation that,
That's the 1930s part, but again, I still want to explore the conversation between rec and select board in terms of, is there usable space in the building that could be used for some type of new talent hall, not new, clearly not new, but some sort of updated or different talent hall of some way that could be used for people. I don't know. But those are conversations we need to have. I just am not sure I want this to have to be tied to those decisions. What we move forward with in terms of planning and putting on the warrant, it sounds like, and it looks like from the pictures, it can proceed with the building remaining in place, the building of that, because kids are going to still be going to school while the new school is being built.
Yep.
So I'm not sure time can't be spent trying to figure out what to do with that building after the fact and separate from the bond.
I agree.
but
It's
to the
not
contrary,
urgent.
but to the contrary point though, just to, just to give
No, and I
Mr.
hear
Obler
what he's saying, but I think
but to go back to his point for a second though, if it does become something that, let's just say we are going to demolish, right? That is a cost then that we have not put in front of the voters. And so I really do think that it would be the right thing to do based off of what he was asking. I don't disagree that it'd be the right thing to do to give a number and say, this is the number for that option only, because we don't want to shortchange you on, we don't want to at the end of the day be like, oh, and by the way, you guys decided to demolish it, but we didn't know that at the time, so here's an added cost. I think it's just the right thing to do. And then that way, if we don't go that route, that's fine. I don't think we should be hastily making a decision on that by any means, especially if there are other, commissions that want to take that.
Well, and that's
over.
even with the 30s building, maybe the historical commission, maybe, there are people in town that we don't move the SAU to it, but they can do something with that space as they are ready, the way that the old fire station has been slowly been renovated and the way the historic building that's in town slowly been renovated.
The only thing that I would indicate as one thing that we've discussed as a potential challenge is that if you look at the layout of the lot, to subdivide that off for separate ownership may be a challenge.
Yeah, sure.
Because just the way that the lots.
Yeah, I'm not sure we need to subdivide it, but I think we could do, again, this to me is part B of.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. We're not gonna solve those problems. Yeah.
So again, we mentioned 2.2 million, if interest rates go up, it would be more than 2.2 million. You could be up, to 2.4 million, you could be up to 2.5 million. So I don't want to just sell that it would be 2.2 million a year, because it's not necessarily the case. I think if you look at it for 29 years and if interest rates go up a little bit, at some point, they're going to go back down. Depending on what type of loan you get is depending on when you can refinance that loan as well.
And that was a point that I think Mr. Barnes made in his email to us, was that why not wait a couple of years and wait till interest rates go down? But if we can, like we would refinance on a house, is that kind of the same process that you can do that with a bond?
New Hampshire Bond Bank, you can't refinance for the first 10 years. But that doesn't, we don't have to go with the New Hampshire Bond Bank in order to get a loan.
Again, you can go back to the other meeting for full discussion, but if you look at Kyle's budget analysis, he does draw into the scenarios. He does draw in specifically into scenario 3, the bond payment in the budget. And so what he did call out is on the top you see this like sawtooth sort of just in lack of predictability within the town.
Sure.
And so the bond, some of the savings that you would have by building new would be offset, or would offset the bond payment in terms of repairs and stuff like that.
Any further questions or comments on this topic? I mean, I know we have a zillion, but for tonight, I guess. All right, moving on to the bond council conversation.
Yep, so we're presenting you the engagement letter from Divine Millimet, and Renelle, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Lahulier, thank you. So basically, we had a conversation with Gordon, our attorney through Sol Leslie Kidder. Sol Leslie Kidder does not have anybody in their practice who serves as bond counsel. He recommended that we have a conversation with Renelle. So Doug and I had an opening conversation. We've already had her weigh in on one matter that I'm going to talk about later in the meeting. And she put together this letter for us. So highly recommended by Gordon as somebody that they have worked with successfully in the past. She actually had files from Litchfield, so they were bond counsel back in, I believe it may have been the Campbell project, or it was overseeing the effort to build the elementary school back in the early 2000s. So either way, she was able to pull up files that they had on us. So, the cost of this is listed in the letter, but it will, it's outside of what we would normally we would bid this out, but our feeling is that that's your policy on whether you want to do that. Here's somebody who is highly recommended and has experience working with us, so our recommendation is that we get authorization to sign the engagement letter and to get going on this.
So full disclosure, in a past life, more than a dozen years ago, I worked at Divine Millimet for 10 years as an attorney. I met Renelle then. She's fantastic. She's more than capable, and it's a pretty narrow field, and she's got a great expertise in it. I haven't talked to her since I left Divine a dozen years ago, so I, don't feel that there's any conflict, but I can speak to the fact that she is very well respected in the legal community and particularly in this field, and she very organized, very detailed, and more than capable from my experience with her 10
So
years ago.
by looking at this contract, the range is from 9,500 to 13,500, so I'm assuming you'd be looking for a motion to support a payment of up to 13,500?
I think a motion to sign the engagement letter, so then it would include all the details that are listed.
The problem that I see is the numbers that we heard differ from what's in here, and on the bottom of, I don't know what page 2, the last paragraph on page 2, it does say our fee may vary if the principal amount of the bond actually issued differs significantly. So will these fees go up? Do we know what they're gonna go up? Because it's not 40 million now, it's 44 million. What's significant?
Yeah, I mean, we can go back to her and ask that question. I don't think that's significant, and I don't think that it would have.
That's 10%. I mean, I actually think that's significant.
How would you translate that to a fee, though?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's however they define that.
Right, is her fee gonna go to up 10%?
Maybe.
Well, $1,300.
Again, working with client engagement letters frequently, my guess is this is standard language. I mean, if you want to get an idea in terms of what that cost may be, I absolutely think we can ask that question, but I don't think the language is going to change.
Or what the trigger point would be, like what do they consider?
Right.
Yeah, what do they consider?
What is the principle?
I think most lawyers would be open to answering that question.
So I think what would trigger it more would be possibly if we go out to get our own rating, which is different than using like the bond bank or other things, because if you use the bond bank, you use their rating. And so if we want to go out to private sale, different than going like Bank of America or something like that. If we want to get our own rating, that's where it's above that 13.5. I don't think from talking with her that it would really adjust too much with the increase in the loan, but I think it's a good question. Because I think it's pretty standard what she's doing around that type of money. I think it's different if you're 5 million than your 40 million type of thing, but if you're going up by 4 million at that point, I don't see a huge difference, but I think it's worth asking.
Remind me, how would we pay for this?
Paid at the
So
end.
they don't get paid until the bond passes. So we could either pay for it, or we could include it in the bond itself and then pay for it with the bond.
And what happens if the bond doesn't pass?
they reserve the right, it says on page 3, it looks like that they reserve the right, if the bond is not authorized, to capture the time they spend on it. But it sounds like she would not be spending time on it until after the bond vote anyway.
The only time she's spending on it is, we've already asked her to, there's a timeline thing that we're gonna talk about, and I've asked her to weigh in on that. She will look at the legal postings, just review those and say, yep, that's not gonna cause a problem down the road with getting the bond. So there'll be time looking at those things, but she did indicate that, and then when the bond passes, the fee will kick in.
So she's making sure before bond passes that if something needs to be posted 7 days in advance, that we know the date and we're following through with that.
Because if the vote fails, we have to pay her time, whatever her hourly rate is.
She'll bill us for that time.
Yep.
We reserve the right to capture our time spent on financing and submit an invoice for such services, but
And I would just charge that to legal. We have the legal line.
But we're not talking about substantial amount of time.
They're gonna charge that regardless if we have a contract, right? Or they can only charge it if we have a contract.
Right.
I'm just, where I'm going is like, do we need to authorize this now? Is it urgent that we need to authorize it
From
today?
what I understand, the timeline from the election, from the bond vote to when this needs to get done is incredibly tight. It's like 6 weeks or 4 weeks or something along those lines. And so she needs to be ready to go, jumping in.
Securing her time.
Absolutely. And a place, because if somebody else secures her for that time,
So be it.
she's not going to be able to do our project. And so this is us committing to her so she can plan out her year and what she's doing for work.
And imagine if we try to save a couple bucks and we don't notice something exactly correctly. Gordon says, yep, that's fine, but that's not his area of expertise. And she comes back and says, we've got a problem with the bond. That's silly. Like, we should engage, in my opinion. We're serious about this project. It's $44 million. Like, let's get an attorney who knows what they're doing to advise us through that.
I haven't sourced bond counsel, obviously. That's way outside my area of practice. But I just doing a quick search of bond counsel in New Hampshire. It's all similar type firms as Divine, so it's all the same. I mean, I think we're going to find that they're all relatively in the same kind of ballpark in terms of what they charge.
And if you look back to Gordon's estimate, he has bond legal at $110,000 in that estimate. So, he's factoring that into the cost of the project, the cost of doing business, cost of getting the money.
So do we want to ask that question in terms of what would trigger that the last paragraph on the second page in terms of the price beyond the 13.5?
I mean,
I think that's a responsible thing to ask.
So I think we can ask that.
We
and
have
then
2 lawyers and if you're saying it's standard language and it's pretty boilerplate.
I'm not.
I am.
I don't. But this is. I don't even. I'm a real estate lawyer, so.
I can tell you my client engagement letter is pretty much the same for every client regardless, because I have my CYA language in there of this is what happens if this happens and this is what happens if this happens. Again, what I think the question of whether the language is going to be in there versus what is the actual impact and cost, I think are 2 separate questions.
Yeah.
And I think that's a valid question. If that were to happen, what are we talking about above and beyond the 13.5? So I absolutely think the question is fair. I wouldn't expect the language is going to change. I think she's just going to give us a ballpark.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think that's just being prudent.
Yeah, absolutely. So can we get an answer to that question?
State it one more time so I can write it down. It's what would the range be at a $44 million? That's what you
It's
want
the
to know.
second page.
Yep.
Bottom paragraph.
Bottom paragraph.
Like last sentence, really.
Yeah.
Our fee may vary, A, if the principal amount of the bond actually issued differs significantly from the amount stated above. All right, so what is...
We stated 40, or
What do they
stated...
they define as significant, right? We already know what's changing based upon what's in this letter. And does that now trigger significant, and what does that actually mean? In terms of dollars.
Yep.
Do we also want to just ask, I mean, you tell me this because you do billable, I don't do. That's not what I do.
That's a pain in the ass.
Should we, in terms of what their right to capture their time spend, do they normally provide their hourly rates with respect to that? Because none of this is really on billable hour. They're quoting sort of a flat fee range.
They are flat fee, yeah.
So
yeah, I
if
think it's
they're
fair to
gonna
ask what it would be.
recapture, it's going to be on an hourly rate. So we'd just like to know what their hourly rate is.
Yep. I'll ask both of those, and if I get an answer, I'll email those out to the board.
Sounds good, but for now, we can plan to put it on the agenda.
Back on the 20th.
The 20th, correct. Owner's project representative?
So, this is a proposal from Windy Hill, Dave Ely. Dave was here tonight at the meeting. And we have worked with Dave on the middle school project. Remember, he was the architect of record on that project.
There's the consistency there. Okay. So it's Windy Hill that was on both. That was on
Windy. So Dave did the, let's see, what has he done for us? He did the canopy at the middle school. He then did the middle school energy improvement project. And so Dave's been working with us. He understands our needs. He understands what we've accomplished. I'll let Doug speak for himself, but I've been very impressed by Dave's attention to detail with the middle school project, the follow-up on, the billing, et cetera. He explained, again, you'll see this when you watch the facilities improvement meeting. He explained that basically clerk of the works, and the outcry from people in town has been, who's the clerk of the works? Where's the clerk of the works? And clerk of the works is kind of an outdated term at this point. It's owner's project representative who performs the functions of a clerk of the works and then some. So basically Dave would be at major points in the construction project. He would be on site every day observing the construction as it unfolds, making sure that the proper test samples are being taken of concrete, et cetera. The last thing you want to do is not ensure that you've got concrete that's going to meet the requirements. So those are the kinds of things that would be done, and then reviewing invoices, working closely with Kyle, working with us. I can tell you he has already he has helped us significantly when we're having a dialogue, and I'm talking educational with some knowledge of building, and Dave clarifies that. And he works for the school district. He works for the taxpayers in terms of making sure this project gets done correctly. So I don't know if you want to speak to your experience with Dave, and then we'll talk a little bit about the policy.
No, Dave, with working through the LMS project, he's very responsive to anything I ask him. He comes across and been backed up as an honest person, which I think is a key thing that you're looking for in an owner's agent or clerk of the works. He understands that, that position, you're really representing the district, and you're representing the district in a 40 million plus project, so I think he takes it very seriously and wants to do a good job no matter what he's engaged in.
So we looked at the policy, and your policy does say that for an amount of this amount, because that's a high engagement, when you price that out over the cost of the project, that's the kind of thing we would typically put out to bid. Our recommendation is to stay with the guy that we have the relationship with, who has proven the ability and capacity to do this work. So it's ultimately up to the board. If you want us to develop an RFP to go out and to solicit bids on this, we can certainly do that. But again, time is ticking on this project. And Dave has been actively engaged. We've been paying him as a rep on this anyway. We've already engaged with him. So, but it's the will of the board on how you want to proceed.
What has Windy Hill done in terms of new large scale, new schools, specifically projects? Right. I mean, I understand he's helped with the renovations, he's helped with the canopy, that type of, but we're talking something different. We're talking an entirely new large building.
Yep. So he did not bid on this school because it's beyond the scope of what he can do in-house, right? He could not. Kyle has a different team and a different scope of work that he's engaged with, and Dave said that's beyond what I do.
He did not bid on it as architect.
As an architect, correct. And however, he is highly skilled. He knows all the trades. He, is a professor at NHGI and teaches the construction trades. This is part of what he engages with. So again, if we're trying to find somebody who has eyes on it and can make sure that we're getting what we need, I trust the guy implicitly. There's not a single thing that he has advised us on that I've said, I question that. I have trusted every piece of advice he's given us, and his response rate is incredible. Pick up the phone and call him, he's there. He's attending meetings, he's reliable. But to your point, he would not do a building of that size. It's beyond that.
But were you
Has he done it
asking
as a
as
clerk of
were
the
you
works?
asking as clerk of the works though? Like you were asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't asking has he done this as an architect.
Done
So
it as a clerk of the works.
I would have to ask that question. I don't honestly know if he's done it as the clerk of the works, but, so I don't know that.
And that's important to know, right? We want somebody who has at least some experience. Now, I'm not saying he's not educated or qualified, but I do think it's prudent of the board to go out to RFP and just see what the options are. We could absolutely still select Windy Hill, and I'm cool with that, right? If that's the decision, but we don't know unless we ask. I'm also doing some very back of the napkin math, right? But looking at some of these numbers, this is an expensive contract. I have no idea if this is reasonable or not, and I'm sure we'll find that out based upon other submissions. But back of the napkin math here, 4 months at pre-bond vote, 8 months at post-bond vote.
Let me just save you, Andrew. If you go to Kyle's worksheet, it's $300,000 is what he has for.
I actually had 250. So
all right. So and Kyle originally had 330, and Dave Ely said I won't use 330. I can do he could do it under 3. So the budget that's on Kyle's sheet for this service is $300,000.
And not to detract anything from Dave, but I do think it would be prudent to see other bids and see if they come in comparable.
I mean, not for nothing, it sounds like he has a great position here in town, right? We've worked with him, we know his quality of work, right? Clearly there's trust within the district. That means something as we choose somebody.
He would certainly have a leg up, but I do think we're irresponsible not to look at other bids.
Agree.
So we'll do that. It'll take us time to pull that together, to develop it. When we bid when we put out other RFPs, Dave did those for us. So this is different. So now we'll do that. So it'll just take some time. So just keep that in mind as we go through this. He was here tonight. Are you suggesting that we stop engaging with him in the meantime, or do you?
I wouldn't recommend we stop engaging. We pay a per hour right now. I think it's beneficial to have his viewpoint. I think that per hour right now, as you can see with the pre-bond stuff, isn't the majority of the pay anyways. So I think as we look out for somebody, I think it makes sense to have multiple viewpoints now as we try to get ready to make sure that the townspeople have all the information that they want. So
I don't think we should stop using him right now. I agree with the perspective of we need to send this out, if only to see what the others propose as a cost.
And to make sure we've done our due diligence.
To make sure, we did have somebody in here not too long ago asking questions about whether or not we put something out to bid or not, and so we reassured them that we did with Kyle, that we absolutely put that out and whatnot, but I think we need to continue with that practice.
Especially at that number. I mean, that's a big number.
It is a big number.
Okay, we'll get that pulled together and get it to you as soon as we can.
Awesome. Thank you. Update on LMS Solar.
Yep, so the latest from Kay is that the final component for the design of the array was completed, and they now are preparing the, what do they call it? The permit set. So this is the set that will go to the town and the building inspector so that they can issue the permit for the solar array. The other update we have is that the racking is due to arrive at LMS in the next week.
Could arrive next week.
Yeah.
But with the understanding that if the racking arrives, nothing starts until the permit from the town goes through too.
So we would just be storing the racking on site.
Yep.
Until we got the permit. You can't even, I wouldn't even put it up on the roof yet. We would wait until everything is in line. So we're making progress on it. not the speed any of us wanted, but we're making headway.
Do we have somewhere to securely store that?
So.
Is it
on the roof?
Right, but they're saying they're not going to install it.
I'm not sure we can do that.
Set it up there? It's not a problem, right?
There's no more of those,
we are currently storing
sheds.
something. Yeah. So we are currently storing something for that company. And when we did that, I made sure it was on their insurance and not ours. But be honest, it's in our building, where this racking would not be in our building. And you bring up a good point. I mean, I'm not saying it's easy to take, but it's not the cheapest thing either, so.
We'll make sure that we can.
I just want to say that I am frustrated with the amount of time this has taken. You know, I mean.
Just a few months ago, we said it was going to be up in December.
In November, I thought.
Yep, November.
Operational, right?
Yeah.
Up, yeah.
You're
Not
correct.
tuned in, but up and.
I mean, I understand that the supply chain issues were unavoidable and we waited all that time, but to only just now be finishing the permit set of designs is really frustrating to me, so.
Yeah, so what was the delay with that component of it?
There's one component, don't ask me what this is, it's the bus. That's all I know, is the bus. And the engineers to design and engineer this bus that allows this tie-in. And I do think some of it is tied to the battery storage system, which is not coming yet, but the bus has to be able to accommodate that. And so all of that is what, because you look at this and it's like they put solar up on homes and other projects in the meantime. I do think this is tied back to, from my understanding with Kay, the battery storage is the piece that you have to make sure all the components are going to play and work.
But we're talking about stuff on paper, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about. It's like this was stuff that, I mean, I guess that's the question for Kay, right? Because I think that there is a resounding now disappointment in this, which is why then it spills over to discussions about GMS. And I think that, you know, obviously supply chain issues are supply chain issues, but permitting issues, if there's a good reason for why there was delays in drawings or whatever, I would like to be able to share those with the public so that way we can give a better answer.
The answer is the design, and it's that Kay has tasked the engineers with how do we tie all this in with the capacitor-based battery storage system, and the engineers who do that design work have been taking their time to get this. I could share with you, I'd be happy to share with the board or the public, emails with Kay. I've been pretty, if you think you're frustrated, how do you think I feel?
I'm sure, yeah.
And so, you know, and she emails back, you can probably hear my frustration from Maine, and I'm like, because you can hear mine from Litchfield. Like, this is ridiculous, how long this has taken. And I have had phone calls where I've said, you are jeopardizing the good work that we did, including with our GMS project.
Yeah.
I said, how do we go forward with another project that utilizes the same concepts when we haven't proven the concept works? Right. So everything you're saying, please understand, I'm not just sitting back and letting this. I mean, this is.
Thank you for sharing that, because you have not been that pointed about this project as of yet. And I thank you for sharing that frustration, because that's exactly how I feel.
Yeah, but so I don't always come forward and tell you all these things, but of course this is ridiculous. It really is. And, you know, I established a timeline and I said, let's go through. I went back to my emails. I went back to my meeting minutes. I established a timeline of broken promises. And I said, take a look at this for a second. These are things that didn't happen and promises that were made that we're now behind on.
And these are made by the engineers?
And
because, I mean, again, as we're going to look at other projects, right, we need to take the broken pieces out. In supply chain issues, you can't change.
Right.
But professionals that we're engaging who are giving deadlines that we're not being able to stick to for reasons that are within their control, which is their workload, which is their workload and delays in permitting, we should absolutely not be engaging them in the future. So I do think it is incumbent on us to identify specifically where the problems have been, so that way we can assure the voters that we will certainly make sure that those people are not used again if was in fact something that they could have controlled.
So, you know, if we can take lessons learned from all this and turn it into a better way to do it, you're spot on right. And that might mean the people that we're engaging with.
Yeah.
The only other comment, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, the only other comment I have is obviously being at LMS quite frequently, right? In the back of the building where there are some parking spots, there's a white dashed line where I'm assuming, I'm going to refer to the bus, maybe that's what it is, but I'm assuming it's the trailer where the battery system is going to be stored. Right?
That's on the pavement itself.
On the pavement itself.
That was an area, we had to bring dumpsters in, and so we marked it so the dumpster company knew where to go, and we were able to make sure the doors could be opened on it.
That's a newer white line.
So I think it's still that, because if it's on the pavement,
It's
where,
definitely, it's on the edge of the pavement, back of the school, right?
where the batteries are gonna go is on the grass before that pavement.
Okay.
So when you come around the corner, there's grass before that pavement starts to cut in, that's where the pad will be poured and the
I was gonna
batteries
say,
will be.
are we gonna put a pad down? Because I was concerned it was gonna go on that pavement. I'm like, I don't know if that's gonna support the weight of something as big as I'm thinking about.
Nope,
Yeah.
it'll be a pad
Yeah.
poured to sustain the weight of the project.
Yep.
Thank you.
The only other thing I was gonna bring up is I commented on it when Andrew brought it up months ago about the idea of having students sign the panels or sign the rack or sign something as, you know, these kiddos have lived through this and have seen this, and how cool would it be to have them put their mark on it? And so I still think that's a great idea if we can figure out a way to accomplish that. Maybe not so much on the solar panels themselves, but maybe the rack is the way to go, or whatever other pieces are going up. But I think it would be cool to have each grade be able to appropriately put their mark on it.
What Kay
Yes.
offered as an alternative, because I had that conversation with her, so two things. We don't want a kid, not that any kid would ever do this, 10 years from now, climbing up on the roof to find their name.
Okay.
Think about that. So she said, what if I tell you the outside of the container is yours? And I said, oh, I think we could work with the outside of the container at ground level better than we can names up on a rack.
Okay.
So now, on the flip side of that, I don't want it to turn into inner city graffiti
Yeah.
thing, right? So we have to find a balancing point of how to design and have this not look like a shipping container there. But I think we can do it. I think that that's the
There's a
right
way.
answer versus,
I come back to, I think it would be really cool, and so if now's the time that we need to do it, I don't know, or if maybe it's later when the bus is here and whatever is happening, but, you know, okay, sounds good. I just wanted to not let it fall through the cracks. Transportation agreement.
all right, you got this? I need a break.
Yeah.
Right.
So, we've gone back to them again, and I don't know if Sean's still watching it again. He watched the last one though, so, hey, Sean. So, we went back with some of the contract language which was requested. You can see that, I think the easiest way is probably to start with that. That's electric vehicle grant. And they added a little bit more, but I think it removes, and they even say it themselves, for the avoidance of doubt, it shall be in the district's sole discretion. So
Yeah.
my understanding is they matched the will of what the board was looking
Yep.
for that.
That, I don't know, you were good with, had a question on that language, are you good with that language?
I haven't read it yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm reading it right now.
Read
The for avoidance of doubt was me, so I think that they probably incorporated at least some of what I.
Yeah.
So I think there's, even before for the avoidance of doubt, there's language within that paragraph that came from the request of the board. So that was definitely the easier one. The other one was Article 11, which
Yep.
again, that was if there's less school days, what happens?
Number 4.
So,
It looks like it's
Which-
80% instead of 60%?
yep,
that
so,
right?
which is, yeah. I don't think I don't think their company is going to do 60/40. Like, I think that's probably a non-starter for them. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but
Do we have in writing where they said they weren't going to change that? I recall that was a conversation, and that when Andrew brought it up, you and Mike said we had that
They-
conversation, and they weren't going to change that language. I thought you seemed
So-
surprised. Do we have any confirmation of that conversation?
I thought Mike said that they were.
No, what was relayed to us is when everything was simple with the price, that the rest of the contract would stay the same. As soon as we opened up other stuff is when they went back and they started taking a look at the wording as well. So if everything kept simple,
But what did we change aside from the electric bus?
we started talking about making sure there was something in there for the electrical grants at all.
Right.
So,
But for adding that paragraph 6, we haven't changed any of the other contract language.
no, and nor, our understanding was maybe they weren't going to either, but then once it went back to change, once legal saw that, then legal then made sure that the other thing was changed as well.
Ruin everything.
They do, but I thought they had already taken Article 11 out prior, in the first iteration that we saw.
I feel like there was
was
there someone that said that they sort of let us know ahead of time that they were going to be changing that Article 11 about the loophole, or not loophole, but
The pandemic language?
yeah,
Our conversation with Sean, so Sean's the local guy.
right.
He manages the yard in Nashua, was that was not going to change. And we were clear.
It was not going to change.
We were clear that we didn't expect that to change.
But he followed up with saying it's not gonna change because all they're doing is changing the prices at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
But then it gets sent up the chain to, I don't even know where their headquarters is, it's out west somewhere. And then it came back altered, so.
Yeah.
But, sorry, I came in the middle of the conversation, but when I heard Mike said, what I said was they had said that they were not
And
gonna
my
change.
question was, do we have that in writing somewhere, or was that a verbal
That
conversation?
was a verbal conversation. And when it came back, I verbally asked, I'm like, so that didn't get, nope, that stayed the same. And then it had not. So it was surprising to multiple people in the next conversation, so.
But we're thinking the best they're going to do is the 80% instead of the 60%.
Yes.
And that's coming from corporate,
But that's not even
so
in here,
much
though.
local. Yeah,
It is under Article 11, which is under
Number
point 4.
Article 11.
So instead of striking it, they changed it to 80/20.
And
Yeah,
remember,
60 before.
other contracts, go back to the pandemic, other contracts, so even 80 is better than what other people have.
Yeah.
Other contracts paid 100% during the pandemic. So, they were surprised. We're the only district they found that had the 60% language, so.
I'll make a motion to approve the amended agreement for first student.
Second.
Yeah, I don't love it, but it's better than
But our
nothing.
hands are tied at this
Yeah.
point,
Yeah.
so,
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
We have to have buses.
It's not a good way to do business, right, if they're
Right.
gonna change and go back on their word, and it just,
Regressive bargaining.
yeah, puts us in a really bad position.
I agree with you. We have an outstanding relationship with our local people. I
Yeah, it
don't-
sounds like this isn't coming from them.
No, I think this is, they've been bought out by another company, an equity firm. I mean, there's all this stuff that is, he's trying to figure out how to keep buses running while being shorthanded, working for a new boss.
Get it.
So not to delay, before we vote on this, not to delay us any further than I do always. Obviously, for us to get other bids on this at this point would be.
Yeah, you can't do
that.
There's only one other company, right?
So the only other question that I have then is,
They're awful.
because they've pulled this bait and switch on us, do we still want to go with this term? Or do we want to go back and say, actually, we're going to reevaluate sooner because you changed those terms?
No.
Okay.
I think for the price of the buses, it sounds like we are still, for the meat of the contract, which is the price of the buses, we're still getting a good deal on that. I don't like
I don't
that
know
they-
about a good deal. I mean,
Okay.
We're paying a lot of money.
We are absolutely paying a lot of money, but we are doing
we
better
can
than
do.
other districts.
Right.
Yeah, maybe we're getting
And
a
no
little
matter
bit
where
better
we
deal.
go, we're gonna pay a lot more money. so.
Correct.
Okay.
I just don't know that, yeah.
That's fine. I just figured I'd ask the question.
Yeah,
No, I think it's a good question.
it is.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of approving the revised contract with First Student, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Passes 500. Thanks, Sean. You can stop watching us now.
He's watching.
I know he is.
That's what we started with, yeah.
Yeah,
We all waved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to new business policy updates. So we have, I believe, 7 policies that are on here for a first read. Did everyone have a chance to take a look at them?
I'm cool with doing a blanket first read approval.
Yeah.
Of our motion.
Yep.
I did have a comment on IJL.
Yep.
Which is number F on the agenda.
Yep.
Just for board awareness, and this is, what is this, page 2? It does state that we're going to be creating, or there will be a media review committee with faculty members, parents, school board member. That seems to be a new committee. I wanted to bring that to everyone's awareness, because that would be, if we adopt this policy, we would need to create the
Add
committee.
another committee. Thank you.
Is that,
And yes.
so is that to review any materials that the library plans to have in their collection?
Yep.
Or is that part of the reconsideration? Okay.
No,
that's-
that's,
If
if there's a
reconsideration
complaint.
Challenge
form.
materials.
Yeah.
So if a parent came in and challenged a book that we had in our library, the process is it goes off to a media review committee. We've had one challenge in the last 5 years, knock on wood. So, and in my experience, these are often kind of pulled together,
As needed.
as needed. It's not a standing committee. And, I don't even think you want to have a standing board member to do it, because you don't know where the complaint's coming from and which board member is best neutral to that. So you're almost better off saying, hey, we need to pull this together. Let's.
Right, our old policies had several positions listed, and I think it was including a board member too, so I'm okay with that. So,
Just kind of going through the policies and again, the work of the policy committee, a lot of this was to align with the language. This does address the concern from Mr. Bohm about language. We did already have that language in there in one of our policies, but it wasn't in the policy he cited. So we made sure to include it in 2 places, if only just to address the concern. We've been working with Ms. Widman on all of the policies, so to have her input, so she's reviewing things as we go along as well. One of the policies before Michelle left was to tell us that we needed to take a look at I don't know if homeschool is the right word, but non-enrolled pupils policy, to make sure we were up to date on that. So adding JJJ is a new policy that we are looking to include because it outlines a much more specific language that's recommended by NHSBA. So again, a lot of these are just tidying things up, moving things along, and as we come across references in each policy, we sometimes have to sidetrack to go sideways to fix those, but so these are for a first read. So I'll make a motion to approve policies IGE, JJJ, IHBG, IC, IJ, IJL, and IJK for a first read.
Second.
So we have a first and a second. Any questions from the board? Comments?
I would just say back for that IJL, can we just refine the language or tweak the language a little bit? Because it sounds like it's like an as-needed committee. That should be just made maybe a little bit more clear in that policy.
Okay, so why don't I amend my motion to pull out IJL, so we can talk about that one separately?
It's first read.
Oh, it is, but I want to make sure we don't have to go back for another second read if we amend it next time, right?
You could also
We can
just
waive
offer us
that.
language right now, and we can just make the amendment and approve it as amended.
Now you're gonna challenge me.
Right,
The as-needed media review committee? I don't know.
Well, the committee will meet as needed.
Yeah, the media review committee will meet as needed and shall consist of.
So the principal shall then summon a meeting of the media review committee, which will meet as needed.
Yeah.
What if we just summon a meeting of so it says of the, like it's existing?
Existing,
And
yeah.
you say
So-
of a media review committee, and then the committee shall consist of the following, and you just name those
That's
people.
fine. So
Does
we're
that-
making it an A instead of a the.
Just gonna do it. So now it's generic, and who's on it?
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. There's now been an amendment. I am fine as the person who motioned to incorporate that change and have that be part of it as part of my motion. Is my second okay with including that change as part of the motion?
Second is.
So we're not doing separate revision motions. We're just agreeing that we're incorporating and amending our original motions to include that amended language. So, are there any other questions or comments on that? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? All right, these pass for a first read at 500. Moving on to the annual meeting legal timeline.
All
And I
right.
really have to say, I love the extremely drafty. That's-
Well, so let me give you the backstory on that. We were at the Budget Committee last Thursday, and the Budget Committee was reviewing their timeline, and they want to vote on the warrant articles tomorrow night.
What?
And I said, we're not going to have it for you. We haven't even brought it to the board yet.
You didn't get
And
to watch their meeting?
Then they got frustrated because they said, you've had this timeline since July, and so thank God, Doug and I didn't have to comment, Andrew commented, I think,
Thank
but,
you.
but other other Budget Committee members spoke up and said, we just cut $500,000 out of their budget. Like, they need time to get this developed. So I think we've got a little bit of grace, but I left that meeting and Friday drafted the extremely drafty warrant because I said, we've got to have something to start to take a look at because we don't have any bearing from the board as to where to head with this. So that's the backstory as to why it's
Just to
called.
share, like, the budget committee was a bit frustrated, and rightfully so, right? I mean, we agreed to a calendar back in April timeframe, right, of all the dates, the budget committee and what they're gonna action, and they're literally just going down the order of that calendar that is discussed, reviewed, and approved, right? And it did have their next meeting, tomorrow's meeting, on reviewing of town and school warrant articles. But the reality is, well, we're still in negotiations, right? I mean, there have been other
Right.
unforeseeable delays that we're also still kind of trying to think through and react to. So
When was that agreed to with them?
April.
Way back.
April.
In April?
So after
Stuff happened.
town voting at their next or second next meeting, they typically review their budget committee schedule for outlining the meeting dates and objectives for the whole year.
And we were aware of that and certainly trying to be within that when we created the schedule for negotiations. I mean, but we're still negotiating.
Things change, right? And that's, yeah, so, anyway.
So in this section, you have the annual meeting legal timeline. This is provided to us by Sol Leslie Kidder. It personalizes all of the RSAs and what the deadlines are that we need to follow. And so you can look at that document, you can see what they provided us. It's kind of legalese just in terms of, well, it has to be between here and here, so many days, et cetera. I think the better thing to look at is letter C, which are the key dates, in order to put that into operation, because some of that stuff is, the supervisors, checklists have to do something. They'll do that. We'll provide that to them and make sure that that occurs. The key things that we need to make sure that everybody's on board with are that Thursday, January 11th, the Budget Committee has set that as the budget hearing date, right? So that is set. We need to hold a bond hearing somewhere between if you read the way the law is written, it's somewhere between the 11th and the 16th. So I am proposing, and I've already checked with JD.
Friday or Monday.
Would it be a problem if we did it at the end of your hearing? So in other words, you already have the people there. We've already talked about warrant article 4, or whatever number it ends up being. Now we have to talk about the bond specifically and what the costs are and the impact. So it's almost like the Budget Committee will have their hearing. First they're going to do the town, then they're going to do our warrant. They're going to end that meeting, they'll close that meeting, and we will immediately convene a bond hearing, which is your meeting. But you do it with the people who are already assembled there on one night.
I think that makes sense.
You can't post a definite time, you just have to say immediately at the conclusion. I also asked JD because Rennell has recommended that we post a snow date in that notice. So we have to have a bond hearing date, a budget hearing date. We're gonna put a snow date of Tuesday, January 16th, so that everybody knows, hey, if we have a blizzard on the 11th, we're back here on Tuesday. And the timing couldn't be worse. I went into Doug, I said, they give us a 4-day window or a 5-day window, and it's Martin Luther King weekend. So, you know, if we don't do this on Thursday, there's no way that we should be posting and doing something on Friday night of a long weekend, or Saturday, or Sunday, or Monday, forcing us into Tuesday the 16th. So that's the timeline of those 2 dates.
Okay.
The other one is, we're recommending that we hold deliberative session 1 on Saturday, February 10th. That's the second possible date, but that's our recommendation, just like we did last year, that we hold our session, the school session there. And then, of course.
Number 1.
Pardon?
Why does it say number 1? Is there going to be 2?
Session 2 is voting day.
Yeah, it's session 1.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
really not deliberative in the law. It's session 1, but everybody
Got
calls it deliberative.
Got it. Okay.
And then Tuesday, March 12th is the voting day. That's set.
Have we aligned with the town on deliberative?
That's my question.
So I believe the town is going the Saturday prior,
So we're gonna do 2 separate days for deliberatives.
which
Wow.
is what we have done the last couple of years. And I think, given the scope of what we're facing with the school and
Negotiations, contracts.
I
and
think
operate- yeah.
we need our own time without, you know, you go back to the deliberative where people were arriving for the town, we were running long. Actually, we weren't running long. We were taking the time we needed to get through our warrant. It just conflicted with the other time that had been posted. So I think keeping this as our own meeting, that's our advice. And Gordon supports that, because the other piece is that they have to be able to support us. And so they're divided up among all the towns that they have to get out to. And he said much better capacity to support the school district on Saturday the 10th.
Do we need to vote on any of this, or this is all just informational key date purposes for us to calendar and so on?
I guess, I mean, I don't think you have to vote on it. If there's no objection, we're going to frame everything around those dates and get documents pulled together on it. To unframe that, when you have legal posting notices and so forth, will be a problem. So I think the time to have a concern is now, and otherwise we're going to plug ahead with those.
So are there any concerns or objections regarding the timeline from school board members?
Not for me.
No, I mean, your logic makes sense to separate it and to continue to have it separated out from the town.
Just a long day.
Inconvenient
just-
for the budget committee, because
Yeah.
they have to be at both,
Yeah,
right?
it's inconvenient, for sure, but it's also, perhaps inconvenient for the taxpayers, right? Taking 2 Saturdays out to, if they're interested.
If they're interested. I
Right.
think that's the thing. I think there may be some that aren't interested in one and are more interested in the other.
I think the shared date was just a few years that we've done that. Before that, it was
We
separate
had a whole
every year.
calendar on this last year.
Yeah, there's a calendar.
I also wonder if 2 half Saturdays are worse than 1 full Saturday. I mean, sitting in the
That's a
gym,
long day.
somebody who sat there all day, that's a long Saturday.
Are we gonna talk about the warrant articles, the drafty?
Drafty.
Yeah, you ready for that?
Drafty? Yeah.
Extremely drafty.
So actually, I forgot I had typed those proposed dates at the top, so we'll just solidify that. So the first session of the annual meeting, we've set on those. We'll figure out how many warrant articles we have. Andrew had a comment there that should we add an article for each of the new positions requested, and I commented back, it's a board decision, we could discuss it Wednesday. Let me walk through this and then we'll come back to that. We'll
Sure.
put a pin in it. Second session is then the voting at Campbell on the 12th. Article A, if I am reading it correctly, we're electing 2 board members. It's the seat currently held by Ms. Ames and the seat held by Mr. Shoemaker. So everybody else is
Safe from elimination.
safe from elimination. Article 1 is the warrant on the budget, right? And so the X's represent a number that the budget committee is setting. The first series of X's is a number the budget committee is setting. And the second is the default budget that we're zeroing in on. And so we'll have that number for you on the 20th. And then obviously we would have to do all the
Well,
estimated.
before the 20th. I'll send it out sometime next
Yeah.
week. That way you'll have plenty of time to look at it.
Thank you.
And then we'll have to estimate, the operating budget, the fall budget, the costs, et cetera. So all of that will be filled in eventually. Article 2, traditionally that has been the teacher's contract. So I held it in that spot. That's kind of they have signs already made up that say vote yes on 2. So I'm imagining that those are ready to go. And if we moved it to 4, it would be not helpful to the sign. So, so I left that there. And then the last time around, we added the language of Article 3, which is that if Article 2 is defeated, do the voters authorize us to call one special meeting? And so remember, after the last time when we did a special meeting, we had not asked that question.
Yeah.
So we now have that on the warrant. The voters last time voted to support the contract and authorized a special meeting, so they supported both things, and it wasn't necessary, but that becomes Article 3. Article 4 is the 30-year bond, and again, we have to get the dollar amounts to put into this, and that's probably the draftiest of all, because I just took some language, but I would want our attorneys to read that.
Gordon probably hasn't looked at any of this.
Nope. But you'll notice this warrant is contingent on the school district being awarded state building aid. I didn't put a dollar amount in, I just said state building aid, because there's what dollar amount do you put into it, but Gordon's gonna advise us on exactly how to do that.
I just want to be really clear about the state building aid because, again, we keep talking about a number, and what I would hate to see happen is us pit this number in people's heads and then have, get state building aid, not that this would
Exactly what happened at LMS we want to avoid.
Well, but get state building aid of, and you were awarded $50, congratulations. You know what I mean? And then, I don't want there to be any sort of, so we have to really flush that piece
But
out.
we've been throwing the $7 million number around, and now today, for the first time, I heard maybe it could be 5, it could be adjusted.
Yeah, and if you listen to the facilities meeting, Kyle does explain that, what that is. So the number that we've been given consistently has been we're expecting it to be around 7, but I really do want to.
That's still the likely number, but there is still a possibility.
But I
There's a potential
really want to
downside
boil,
to it.
if there is,
It's not gonna be more than 7, but it could be.
So that everyone
For sure.
can understand exactly what we're looking
So when this says majority vote required, does that mean?
Yep,
super-
that's gotta be fixed. That's
Okay.
a super majority.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, very drafty.
Article 5, I just added.
I
So
was
it's
like,
even-
where'd
it's
that
even
come from? I
more
haven't even seen this article.
drafty than Article 4, because it wasn't on there. So remember, we had the reserve fund for severance. So we had people who put in for retirement who didn't retire. Their money therefore was not paid out in July. Therefore, when I look at what's left over for money this year, I don't account for that, because I account for that going into this fund. But we need to get it into the fund.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to be fund balance, but the voters need to put the money into the fund. So
Didn't we do
this,
that last year? Wasn't that on the ballot last year?
it was on the ballot last year, and it said, so last year we were able to raise 100,000. Again, when we put it in there, we didn't know if we were able to raise 100,000.
Yeah.
And we were able to raise 100,000, because it's for severance, but it's also for changes in benefits.
Insurance, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, so if there was a year where, for whatever reason, we hired a bunch of people, and people who left had a 2-person plan, they had the family plan, and we needed money. So that 100,000 is kind of for there, since we have it. But now that people didn't use their severance, we want to park their money in it. So, because what we've been able to do for fiscal year 25 severance is only go up by like 16,000. It was a small number, because it was the difference. I think maybe we had one new person put in, but the people who put in and who didn't retire this year, we parked their money, and then we only go up by that little bit that they go up by teaching one more
That
year
makes the budgeting
in the
easier.
budget. So this hopefully will be one of those articles that get 5-0, 9-0, and everyone just kind of votes for it, because it's what's going to help the taxes kind of not have that roller coaster type of thing.
I'd like to see a second, was this a seventh? A seventh warrant article.
So just before that, so the sixth one is just what
Oh, yeah.
is
Yeah.
capital.
Yep.
capital improvement plan and the 125,000,
Yeah.
which, we've been kind of verbalizing that for a while.
Yep. So the seventh warrant article, I'd like the board to consider adding the IT tech position and then also the GMS mental health position. I think the voters should have, we've heard from our district staff, we've heard the need for these positions. It's gonna be a lot for the voters to vote on, no doubt. But we also have an obligation, right? So we have to ask. And these were reduced from the budget committee, right? So we'll talk about that just after, but these were definitely cut from the budget committee.
And Andrew, that's the comment you had up above.
Yeah. So I think they need to be individual warrant articles, one for each position.
I think, I think that there's been some pretty lengthy discussion about what should be warrant articles and what should be able to be added within the budget. And I do think we have to have a conversation about that because there's definitely two different theories here. I think that I agree with you, Andrew. I think that they are definitely needed positions. I do, watching the budget committee meeting, I think there was Chairman Sun had some points about, and it was kind of a hard distinction to make because it was like, well, is this a new position? It's sort of based on, student need versus operational need, and I feel like there's not a clear line on this. I think we have to come to some sort of consensus as to how we're going to treat things. But I do tend to agree that with these two, that
The black and white, though, right, is they're not in the budget now. They've been fully cut. And if it's a district need, you have two options to do that. One is we put it as a warrant article, or two, we amend the budget if deliberative to do so.
Right.
Right, so it's one or the other.
Or both.
Or both, right, to meet this need.
Right. I would just like to, vocally state though, one thing that we have to be considered about, or have to be concerned about as we start to address these things is we've had an administration that's come to us and proactively cut things when they didn't need them. And my only concern with how we proceed, not with these specific items, but just on a bigger global picture is, are we incentivizing them to not cut things that they don't need for fear that they will not be able to get them back when they need them again? And I don't know that policy consideration was made in 2003 and 2004. And I don't hear anyone on the budget committee talking about that. So I do think that that's something that we should be at least factoring in when we do come up with our position on this.
I've stated my position repeatedly, and I stick to it. I think that the school board has the sole authority to make hiring decisions to maintain the level of service to our students, and I would support an amendment of the operating budget to add these back in, and I'd be happy to speak to that at deliberative.
Not only do I believe we have sole authority, but I believe we have a legal obligation to provide these positions when needed. And if we do not, we are not doing our duty as school board members.
For an IT tech?
I'm thinking of the mental health counselor, but yeah.
But also the IT tech.
Yeah.
I'm not meaning to get you riled up.
No.
I'm asking the
I
question.
agree.
Yeah,
I
no,
agree
and for
about the
both
IT tech
positions.
as well, because we've invested how many, hundreds of thousands of dollars into device, not only to Chromebooks. We're not just talking about Chromebooks, but we're talking about phones, communications, the boards, servers, whatever, all of the.
But that even gets into need like that, and I don't think anyone here, maybe I'm not wrong, are disputing the need for the positions. I think it's inconsistent. How can we add a first grade teacher, which we already have first grade teachers, so we're allowed to add that, but we're not allowed to add an IT tech when we already have that position?
So I think that's why I think we need to come to an agreement as a board as to what that needs to look like. Because I'll be honest with you, the one concern that I do have is that very few people watch our meetings. Very few people actually.
There's at least 200. I mean, I see a lot of views.
So 200 out of 8,000 watch our meetings, and so the average person that's going and checking off a box on a warrant article is checking off a box either based off of how they're reading it or based off of what's
The tax
recommended
amount.
by the school board or the budget committee.
Or the amount that's
But
written there.
they are not familiar at all with what the basis of the need is. And that, my biggest concern is that, avoiding people saying, they voted this for that, so no, you don't need that, and us not getting what the district needs for specific things. The mental health counselor being something that I feel, not that I don't, the poor IT, you guys are doing a phenomenal job. Not that I don't think that that's also an important need. But in terms of critical impact, immediate critical impact on the students, I worry about that.
And to, the example that I used with the budget committee last Thursday was the assistant director of special ed. So that was on the warrant in 2017. It was supported by the school board 500, the budget committee 800, and it failed at the voter level. It got brought back in 2018 for a second round, same level of support from the two boards, failed with the voters. That was critical. You lost a really good special ed director because that person was overwhelmed and couldn't keep up with the workflow, right? We are continuing to be in crisis with our special ed staffing levels. And, to think that we would have to go to a warrant article again to add in what is necessary to keep that department functioning is, I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. And so I think what Gordon had advised back in that earlier letter that was shared is that you're elected to make those decisions. And you know things that the public doesn't always know. And I wasn't here in 17 and 18, but, Ms. Douglas made the comment, sell it to the voters. I can't believe for 1 minute that wasn't sold to the voters. The voters didn't go with the recommendations of the people who studied it. And so I think that tells a story about the perils of trying to properly staff our buildings based upon warrant articles. It doesn't happen in most towns, by the way. So that's my opinion. I'm just offering advice.
We can avoid doing the warrant articles. We can make the motion on the floor deliberative to add it back into the operating budget and take the vote, right? And that way you also avoid, I guess, no means no. And see what happens.
So I'm curious to know, I understand that that's an option, but I'm curious to know, I think one thing that's nice about this board is that we've worked well together to try to come to solutions that we can all stand behind, like truly stand behind. And so I'm curious to know what your thoughts on that are, because, you brought the point up of.
My view is, I would like to believe that the townspeople would support these, given that there's a true need. That's what my gut tells me. That's what I would like to believe would happen. Obviously, what happens is I don't know, right? But my view is that these should be warrant articles, and we should ask.
I'd love to agree with you.
Well, see, that's the right.
I would love to agree that the town would do what's needed for our schools, but based on recent history with the associate special ed director or the special ed coordinator, we tried twice. We had full recommendations of the school board and the budget committee, and the town still voted against it because they thought it wasn't necessary and it wasn't an added cost to them, which I appreciate the added cost, but it is absolutely necessary. It's still absolutely necessary. This is why we have all these issues right now.
So my other, it's related to this, but I'm going to pivot just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
My other comment under the warrant articles is, can we put this 2003-2004 advisory nonsense to bed? And can we just come out with a clear warrant article that gives us very clear direction from the town on, can we put new positions in the budget or not?
Well, I
Right?
think legally we can.
I think we have to write it either in the affirmative or the negative.
It has to be a creative.
I support
wording.
the school board making decisions on the operations of our schools.
But we should do it as not a petition warrant article,
Get
as
it
a
out
real
there,
warrant article
right.
that's binding.
Absolutely. Let's just.
Well, but I
put
think
this
there's a
whole debate
component
to
of
bed.
it
I'm
about
done
whether it's
talking about
binding,
it.
which is, if you read Gordon's opinion
Yeah.
from 2003, 2004, there is an element of whether we could even make a binding warrant article for that, because we have an inherent authority,
Legal
a legal authority,
which is what
for
I was
that.
referring to.
And so,
But
you
if
know,
we craft it right,
right?
Well, it may
Can't
end up
usurp the
having to be, the whole point is, I think it's advisory regardless by nature of the fact that we have a legal right regardless of the warrant article. The warrant article can't trump that, and I'd rather be transparent on that. So we could do another advisory. I guess, Andrew, my question, because I'm struggling with this because I see both sides of this.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
My question for you is a personal question as a board member. If the town doesn't vote for that,
Yeah.
do you feel like we've then failed our
district?
Our district. Like, have we failed? Like, I mean, I think that when I watch the budget committee meetings, I feel like it's just so black and white. It's like, oh, just make these decisions, idiots.
Yeah.
And so I feel a great pressure around this right now, this decision. I don't take this lightly at all. You know, mental health, you know, I just, God forbid we had someone have a mental health crisis that did not end well. And, you know, is it going to haunt me that we didn't give our district the appropriate resources? You know what I mean? I don't know. I would like to also think that the town would say, yes, we need this, but I don't know that they will understand the need just by it being on a warrant article, and that's my concern.
Even with a supportive vote from both budget committee and
Right.
And make the
school
case
board.
deliberative as to why it's important.
We've done that.
But how many people are at deliberative? I mean,
Right.
my concern is that we're so underrepresented at, you know, watching these meetings, attending these meetings, going to deliberative.
A lot of the
It
same
becomes
people.
a really double-edged sword. As
I'm thinking with a big warrant article this year, we're gonna probably get a pretty good turnout.
I think it's gonna be packed. I think it's gonna be a long day, and it's gonna be packed.
You know, I think there
But
are
what
other
is-
things.
but what is
What's
packed?
packed?
1,000
500
people?
people?
That's a lot of people.
But if
Not
that,
for
but
this
if,
There's usually 50.
yeah,
But how many people vote in the?
1,200.
Yeah, I mean, so
Right.
if you get
Oh,
500
yeah.
people, that's a significant number.
I'm sorry, you're talking deliberative.
Yeah.
So that's another question for the board, gym or auditorium. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
what do you like? Same question I just posed to
About
Andrew.
1,500 people vote in the last election, right? For everything
Well,
I
around
think it
there?
varies between 1,200
And that was a snowy day?
1,600.
Yeah, I mean, it's in that number.
Snowy day, but a lot of absentee ballots. People were
Yeah.
like,
And they came and voted the day before and all that.
Your
stuff.
question to me is, are we doing a disjustice to the school district, right? And directly, the answer is, I don't believe we are. I think we're balancing the district needs. We're going through the appropriate mechanisms and channels to make the case to the taxpayers. And that even the budget's up to the taxpayers to decide, right? They could choose, not gonna support the operating budget, I'm gonna support the default budget, and guess what? Now we're gonna lose, I don't know, $400,000, whatever it is, whatever it comes out to be, right? That's not our decision to make, it's the taxpayers to choose.
I think our first obligation is to our students and our district.
But we don't have the final say, to Andrew's point, right?
No, I
We
get
do
that,
not have
I
that
get
final
that, but
say.
as elected officials, our obligation is first to our students and our district, our schools, secondarily to the taxpayers, just by the nature of being on the school board, you know?
So, I mean,
So-
one thing that Gordon did point out in his analysis is that where you can speak at the polls is if you think that we're doing a bad job, don't reelect us. Which that's also a hard thing to equate out. Yeah, I mean, the other problem that we have here is, again, it's not binding precedent because there's a legal right regardless, right? But no matter what we do, we're gonna be setting a precedent as to what we think should be the right case. And, this year we're looking at, again, I don't mean to pick on IT. I think there's a critical need for the IT piece of that. But I think that would he continue to limp along and get it done? I mean, is it fair to him? No. Would he do it successfully? Probably, because he does a good job at what he does. It's still not the right thing, and we're going to continue to lose employees if that's how we treat them.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, like, from a standpoint of what's the end result going to be? Is a student going to die from that? No, they're not. But that's this year. This year's a mental health counselor in the IT position. Next year, if it's, are we going to support the special ed director such that we lose special ed director? Like, it's a snowball that we can't ever predict what's going to happen. There's a lot of weight on this decision, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
It's
And
very
it's one that's been
Yeah.
debated. There's a reason
Every
why you're
year.
proposing to have the town deal with it. We're all sick of talking about it. Not in the sense, it's just an ongoing debate, and I think you're gonna get different schools of thought from different people.
I
That whole
think
process is almost a tradition now.
And that's not, I don't think, how decisions should necessarily be made for a school district. That's where I have a hard time, you know, because I don't, and again, we're talking about, to me, new positions, what's a new position versus
I would
the same title, you know, like an assistant super, that was never a title
Don't
before.
have one.
We didn't have one. So I can understand, to me, why that was on a warrant article. I don't obviously agree with the outcome for it, but I can understand at least why that's a warrant article. I do not see an IT tech position that we already have in the district in a GMS, what's the right word? Not guidance counselor, mental health clinician as new positions, because we have those.
Madam Chairman, just to change gears just for a moment,
Yeah.
we have our student representatives who've been very
Patient.
and working, listening to this conversation. I'm watching the time. They have school tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are we okay with them?
You guys are more than free to leave.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
I saw the head bobbing over.
Andrew just got 3 more votes when he runs again.
I have school tomorrow too.
Run before we change our mind.
Thank you guys.
Bye.
I like the idea of, again, I don't think it could be anything other than advisory based off of Gordon's opinion from 20 years ago, and whether that's changed or not. I mean, maybe we should ask him if it's changed. You know,
I can guarantee
who
you it
knows if there's
hasn't.
been
It hasn't.
additional, you know, but if it has to be advisory, so be it.
That's your point. I do, and it's a valid point. But man, I just want to be done with this one. You know what I mean?
But I'm saying I think
Direction.
that I think we should actually do the work
But
to
even
create an
advisory-
advisory warrant article that does more particularly spell out these big questions, which are what do we view as a new position, what don't we view as a new position, or maybe we do a carve out with whether or not it's a new position, if it's necessary to supporting the, you know, direct education. So like in addition, we have, you know, enrollment numbers, we absolutely need another kindergarten. Maybe that's carved out versus, we'll pick on IT again, poor guy, but IT, right?
I still think there's benefit to having an advisory article, even if it's not binding, because the last warrant articles were 2003 and 2004, and the town population is incredibly different. It's been 20 years. Are the same people voting that want that, you know, it's a different set of circumstances. It sounds like that was post
They had
Campbell
just
being
built
built.
Campbell, yeah.
There's a whole lot of circumstances going on there that
So who can help the superintendent draft kind of a rough draft of what that warrant article?
Any of us can submit a petition warrant article with 25 signatures. As a citizen, not as a board member.
Why would we need to do it as a petition? Why can't we just put
So
it on
that
as
it's
advisory?
advisory.
Why can't the board just create? Is that not how it works? I've never created
I
an
don't know.
advisory article.
Well, I think what I'm hearing is that you have authority via the RSAs. You aren't going to have an article that diminishes RSA authority. You can't override that. That's your authority. So no matter how you slice it,
But it's
advisory because you can't take away rights.
But we're gonna have a better, more updated understanding of the views of the people in this town.
I also
As
don't.
compared to
I also
20
don't
years
want
ago.
it to purport to not be advisory based. You know what I mean? Like I think.
I think you have to put at the end of it that this is advisory.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
That
I don't think we
language.
need to do that through a petition.
Right.
Right. I think it's for the 5 of you to decide, is it article number 9 that settles the question, or attempts to settle it, because I'm not sure it's gonna settle it. If the voters come back and say, absolutely, you have to do it, and the next board says, we don't want to.
Right.
Because it was advisory, so we're still in this,
The other thing,
we're
it's
still in this loop.
binding, it's binding future board members and future boards to whatever.
It's not
It's
binding.
not binding.
It's not binding.
So then why bother?
It's advisory.
It's advisory. It's
Yeah.
basically saying
It's
we,
to take the temperature.
Okay.
I think the bother is to make sure that the budget committee and everyone's on the same page, is my understanding of it too, because they're following what they believe is their advisory from that warrant article. and we're saying, well, we believe it means something a little bit different, and probably should mean something different, and even if we do or don't think it means something different, it's been 20 years, so maybe
I
it's
mean,
time
they're
to
even split
repoll.
on the budget committee on this,
Sure.
so it's.
Well, the other piece too, and so just if I may, an observation, is the town keeps saying, this is what we do and this is how we operate. But I think you're talking very, very different missions, right? So, number of town employees versus the number of school employees. The number of town clients on a daily basis versus the number of school clients on a daily basis. You know, if you really try to weigh that out, you have totally different missions, right? So, the functions are different, your responsibility levels are different, so I think that's part of the reason why my advice has always been, the 5 of you have to decide the staffing piece. That's where the authority resides. You know, we can't just close, I'm gonna use a phrase here that will tick people off, I'm sure, and I don't mean to do that. We can't just close the dump on Mondays because we don't have the staffing, right? It's a way to resolve something. We have to keep schools open 180 days. We have to provide that service. We have to keep the lights on. There are things that we're bound to do, and it just is different than a town. I'm sorry, it is.
So we don't have to vote on this specific thing today, do we?
No, we don't even have language to vote on. I mean, I think we should try to have do we want this to be yeah. Do we want this to be something from the board? Do we want this to be something from the town? Do we want this to be a petition? Like, I think that's sort of the conversation that needs to happen.
Well, if you're talking about the advisory,
yeah.
I mean, I think that should come from us, because ultimately, I think we need to be the ones who put forth, this is where we need you to trust us to make decisions. And if we screw up and you don't like it, then don't reelect us. We have to spell out what that is. Mm-hmm. And then there may be, I do understand the other side of this, which is if you get rogue board members that are like, and we're going to put in all of these new things that we're just going to build into the budget because we don't care about the voters. I mean, that's the voter concern and that's the budget committee concern. Right. And I totally get that.
How about this, right? Just to move this forward, will the board consider a very drafty warrant article? Mr. Shoemaker and I, maybe we can work together over the next week, put something together for at least board consideration at the next meeting.
Absolutely. I think board consideration is fine. Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
doing
absolutely.
That? All right, so let's work together on that. And in terms of the 2 new positions, it sounds like the will of the board is to add it to the operating budget at deliberative.
I mean, I haven't heard from Peter, and I'm still really struggling with that one.
So I think certainly the mental health clinician is a key role, for sure. And I think that's the best strategy, I think, to get it passed, is to do it at deliberative. Yeah.
Can we do, and I'm asking, can we remove a warrant article at deliberative, or can a warrant article be removed at deliberative? No. Meaning if we
it can't be materially changed, right? Isn't that what the language is?
You can change the dollars.
Right.
Can't change the intent of
But
the article.
right.
I don't think
That's
we
the
can,
word,
no,
intent.
because we talked about removing a warrant article before, and I don't think we were able to do it.
I'm just curious, I don't know.
If you have a new position in there for $100,000, I don't think you can just say, I'm gonna keep the warrant article but change the dollars to 0, because that changes the intent of the article.
It's been done before.
I don't know, I'm curious, because, again, if we are not successful at deliberative and getting it added back into the operating budget.
You could, are you saying if you draft an Article 7 and 8 to add those 2 positions,
Correct.
and then you're successful at adding it into the budget,
Can we take out
you sort of
that?
invalidate those? So I think the answer to that is that you re-vote your recommendations, and if the board says, we don't need this any longer, so we don't recommend it, and the budget committee says, we don't recommend it, it's not gonna pass. I mean, the voters are not gonna go against the board and the budget committee. So my point is that you resolve it by invalidating it through the.
It's not quite as clean as I'd want it to be.
It's not as clean.
Yeah.
But
I'd
didn't
like
that
it to
happen
be,
last
we
year,
could
where the
withdraw
budget
it.
committee had to vote again?
Yeah.
We all had to vote after, yeah.
We stood on the stage and re-voted at the end of it.
Yeah.
But it's not as clean, it still is on there as the article.
It's clunky.
It's clunky.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, but I'm just thinking out loud because again, I mean, I don't want them on the warrant article. I believe they deserve a place in the operating budget, but I want the positions more than more at the end of the day. I believe the positions are important and imperative, and so if the only way to do it because of the way it votes at deliberative is to have Articles 7 and 8.
But we still run that same risk of like, does the budget pass with those in there? Does the budget not pass?
Well, also, the other thing is,
Get
if
two
the
bites at the
article
apple.
is voted down, it no means no. We cannot hire a
Right.
mental health clinician
Right.
or an IT tech.
Right.
If they're not presented as warrant articles, we can prioritize the mental health clinician over some other expense.
And so
If necessary.
here's the thing where I really struggle with this then. That leaves it to our administrators, if they're in the middle of a school year and they're like, we are having a horrific time at the middle school, like we are having mental health crisis after mental health crisis, we have to prioritize this. That's where there's a real danger in us inserting that. And I don't think, this is why I think that this advisory warrant article is really important, because we can give some color around this. I don't think that those things were flushed out previously in these advisory warrant articles. I don't think anyone had those discussions.
Well,
Although there was actually some feedback in one that was like,
When was no means no? Did that come after these these?
No means no was football.
No, but it's a law. I mean, it's
Because
It was
of
after
Campbell football.
2003 though, I think, right?
So, when these were drafted, there wasn't necessarily a no means no.
well, the second one, there was
Hampshire.
2004, if it was 2003.
Well, I don't
I don't know if I think it was after 2003.
It's whenever they tried to start football. Whatever, I don't remember what year that was.
Yeah, I don't remember, but, I mean, it's a New Hampshire law now, that no means no. It's not
Right.
just a Litchfield thing that we have
No.
to do. So, if these were drafted before people had the ability to say no, and you have to stick with that, I think that
changes
adds
it.
this
Landscape's
color
changed.
to it.
That
yeah.
does, that does.
I don't feel a lot of clarity.
I don't know.
No, but it's a good discussion.
Tina, are
it's
you saying that
absolutely
because
important.
these were passed prior to no means no, that no means no doesn't apply to them?
No.
No.
That's
Saying
not
I'm
it.
saying if we do a new warrant, and if we try to go the warrant route as opposed to the budget route, then if it's voted no, we can't, it's not even up to our administrators to take money from other places that they might have in their budget if they identified an absolute critical need.
I think to me, the no means no came after these warrant articles, so if it had been in place before the warrant articles and people still supported it, that would be a different vote, because they would know that the positions could not happen because of no means no, versus having decided the warrant articles and then have no means no come later.
And just talking through this a little bit further, I feel like you still do get a voice in deciding whether to vote for the budget.
Yeah.
And so, as much as it's about providing clarity, which I wholeheartedly agree with and think that people need, I think what we have to go back to is, if it's important to you, take it upon yourself to listen to the meetings, to come out, to pay attention to what we're putting in the budget, which is very boring and very long, and I understand why you don't do it.
Speak for yourself.
Unless you're Andrew, and you have your own spreadsheets that you use.
Kidding me? Andrew's
But I think that, if that's the case, we need to reset the expectation that that's where you should do it, and here's the very clear reason why, and I think we do that with what me and Andrew want to try to draft.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that's a good first step, and we can continue the conversation on the
Romanos is a
20th.
great place to have this conversation.
Where?
Romanos.
Perfect. See you there.
All right, moving on in the agenda. Is there anything else
Not
under?
So we had
Yep. There's two more positions here.
Two more
Hang in-
positions
hang in.
that were requested during the budget talk, and that was the special ed assistant director go on the warrant. So both of these were presented to go on the warrant, which was the special ed assistant director and the instructional coach as well. So,
The special ed assistant director was proposed?
It was in our sheet, and we said, it's not in the budget, you're not gonna see this in the budget, because those are two new positions, so we were sort of like, in prioritizing, we did not incorporate them in, but we wanted to raise it one last time here.
Thank you for that.
I feel the same way as I did those years ago when we put them on the warrant article. I still think it's mission critical that we have an assistant director, and I think I would prefer to see it as an amendment to the operating budget on the floor during deliberative.
I feel a little differently about these ones because they aren't, again, to me, they are new positions, which is I think why you separated them out. There have not been job titles for those.
Well, we still haven't identified what a new position is because, quite frankly, a new body is a new financial liability to the district. So, is that a new position, or are we talking? I mean, because you could end up having IT tech that has like you expand their role under the IT tech heading and back end hiring by the established position, right? And I think that that's the fear and the reason for putting these things on a warrant. So I think we're very foggy on what's considered a new position. I will say what I disagree with here is, I see the need. I see how an instructional coach could really benefit our district and help elevate our district. I also see that as something that, in a year where we have such a heavy budget, that this is not the appropriate year to be asking the voters to pay for that. And so there we get into the real meat and bones of this problem, which is where is that decision made? Who makes that decision? I think it's, we make that decision to not put that forward. But the assistant special ed director, I was concerned about that when we were hearing the presentation because I think we are dangerously close to under delivering in special ed.
Yeah.
And so
exactly. And have been for a few years.
Right. Now with that said, they came forward and presented that for consideration for a warrant article. I don't think it's appropriate for us to then say, no, we're gonna. That's what was asked.
Put it in the budget.
So I think that should be put to warrant because that's what was asked.
I come to the same conclusion, but for different reasons. But I agree. I think either one or both of those positions should be warrant articles. We did not vote on the instructional coach when we did the budget. I see the value of it, but put it as a warrant. Yeah.
But we have to ask ourselves, now we're adding more warrants,
right?
Where we're asking for more money.
Right.
I don't think it's a good idea to ask for the instructional coach this year.
I agree with you on that. I would not vote to approve that position this year. I see that, and I hate saying it because I know it would be really beneficial, but I see it as a want, not a need.
Is there an opportunity to do that? Remind me, is there an opportunity to do that as a contracted position, not a new FTE for our staff?
Which position?
Instructional coach.
Instructional coach.
Contracted services, if we had enough in that budget, but we don't know that.
What's the number for both of those positions?
It's not going to fall under a CBA because there's no language about that in the LEA. So it could be a contracted.
I think.
But what's that going to cost?
We're still working towards getting ourselves from limping along.
Yes.
And I fully believe that hopefully we'll get to a place one day where we're not catching up from behind and we're able to look and say, we want our kids to be really smart.
Take
so
this proactive
let's take
step.
this
Yes.
right. I think that's the hope that we can work to that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Yeah, as much as I think it would be beneficial, like you said, I think we have other fires that we need to put out immediately.
We still at some point.
I do still think the special ed director or the special ed assistant should be a warrant article, though.
But I also do, and I don't think we're going to solve it right now, and I don't propose we do. But we have to figure out what is new and what is not new.
And I don't know that we're all going to agree on that. I mean,
I
you
think
mean as a board?
I think we have to try. Yeah, I think we as a board need to come up with the guidance as to what we perceive as new. With a reason behind why we perceive it as new, because so far it's been a lot of people taking shots at a moving target.
Yeah.
And everyone has it kind of all aligns a little bit, but there's it's a moving target. Yeah. And so I do think that would be helpful.
Well, I think we talked about this a little bit. So the assistant special ed director would definitely be a new position. I guess we've done teachers, we've moved teacher from first grade to fifth grade. That's not a new position, but if we all of a sudden had 50 teachers and needed to add 3 more teachers, for me, that's a new position.
Right.
See, for me, it's not, because the reason we would add new teachers would be for enrollment reasons.
So I think it's new positions, but I think that that would be somewhere where I would see a potential carve out where it's for the,
Enrollment
educational
purposes.
need
Yeah.
of actually we actually don't have a choice. We need
Right.
X amount of bodies in a classroom
Yeah.
and we can't have
Are
more
we
than
gonna
that.
define educational need? Are we getting into a place where we're just gonna need to keep defining, we're defining new position,
but
now
that
we're
was
defining
dictated,
educational need?
But
I think it's
that's
all-
dictated
it's all
by
educational
a
need.
class size maximum though.
Well, this is where the rub is with the budget committee, right?
Yeah.
Because the budget committee will say, well, you only need that new position because the board changed their policy however many years
Yep.
ago, right, and reduced it. So therefore, right, the board's driving that change because you changed your policy.
Right. But I mean, but that policy is
Because our enrollment requirements or our classroom ratios are lower than state standards.
Right.
And I also do
For
think
good reason.
I also do think that we need to give some credence to if there was a position and the administration responsibly cuts that position because they don't have a current need for it, what is a relevant timeline that or is it forever that they should be able to add that back in without having
Can
to
I-
go to warrant?
So, one of the things that I've been replaying in my mind is actually a board discussion from last year when we were having the same warrant articles or same budget discussions,
Yeah.
right? And we talked about, and I know, hopefully you don't get too upset, I'm gonna bring it, but
It's fine,
we
bring it.
talked about how we have 4 music teachers in the district,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a recommendation at the time, do we need 4 music teachers, right? Is there an opportunity, does that now change this year, right? Because we have other critical needs that we need to solve for. Do we need 4 music teachers, or is there a more pressing need for the mental health clinician or something else?
But that,
valid
so
question.
I think
That
that's
would have come to
interesting,
us in the
but
budget
that wasn't
process.
brought to us by the admin team, so.
It wasn't, but I'm replaying, just second year on the board, right? Other things that we've talked about that were presented to us, we didn't hear this year, right? But are probably still a relevant discussion.
I think that we probably should have brought that to the administration. I agree with you. I don't think that they would have come to us and said, and we're just thinking of cutting the music teacher because.
You're never gonna do that.
Well, I mean, I think they have.
That's
in
not
some-
true.
They
in
did
some-
have.
We did it
We
last year.
did,
Yes.
and we had checked with the board, and
Yeah.
we had feelers that it was
Yeah.
okay to do, and you
Right.
pulled the rug out from underneath us, so we're not gonna do it again.
Right. So, but I think that if that was something that we were considering, I think it would be appropriate for us to go back because we're now beyond that point where we're going to go back to them and say, hey, by the way, can we cut one of your music teachers? And what are we?
I think it's too late in the process.
And
at
that
this
still
point.
doesn't solve. That still doesn't answer the question of does cutting that person then allow us to go
Right.
add the mental health?
Right, what's a position, right? And that's the whole define new, right? Because you have a position, you're filling it with another position, just a different category.
Right.
Does it have to be the same role? Does it have to be a teacher, or does it have to be an admin, or does it have to be whatever?
Is it
Well,
just
we
a
have
net body?
We have a mental health clinician, so it would be a second mental health clinician, so it's, again, I think you're right, we gotta figure out what new means. 'Cause I think it means something different to each of us. as we go
Because
through this
I also agree with
conversation.
your analysis of like the town's customers or whatever, but I think where the Board of Selectmen would make a distinction is, let's talk about police officers, right? They are serving the entire town, like we're all their customers. And so when they're making a decision as, do we add another body? I mean, well, we have police officer, right? So can we just add?
I don't think you put on the warrant police. That is a public safety matter that you elect selectmen to make the decision on, and they should decide the staffing level. I do not believe that, and you're right, they serve 8,000 people in town, and then some, because there's visitors who come speeding through, right? So that's their decision to operate and properly staff that department. And frankly, it should be on the advice of the chief, who is, day-to-day watching what the situation is in town. That's my opinion on it.
Right, but they do put those positions on the
Yeah.
warrant.
It doesn't mean it's right.
Yep, true.
But as a town, I think this is a conversation that if they watch this, hopefully would spill over to them, because I mean, we as a town need to start to identify who needs to be making what decisions and whether or not we should be doing those at a voter level or whether or not the voters should express their vote by who they vote for in these positions. It's like board members on a, the publicly traded company.
I live next door to a town that eliminated their police department because the state will just cover it. Is that a responsible voter decision? That's their town, I guess. But I don't think our neighboring town police should be responding there because we can get there faster than the state trooper in Lebanon.
Well, we just hired.
That's the right answer.
Hired a few.
We hire a chief?
At the budget, at the last budget committee meeting, Chairman Leary did report that they were very close to having a chief.
So for these two warrants, you want us to just draft the language and then it gives you some time to decide on them?
Just put them on there so we can decide.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. And then Mr. Shoemaker and I will come back to you on the advisory.
That's good.
We'll draft it for you.
I don't even.
My thought is we're getting dangerously close to the other question. And so but we'll get you language. You can decide how you want to proceed on.
What was the question?
Of new positions, again, back to, the special ed thing, this will be try number 3. Maybe it'll work this time, but I still say you're chewing through people. You see the results, you've listened to it, but we'll get the language and you can decide how you want to proceed on.
We're talking, if we did special ed, IT, and mental health clinician, we're talking
250.
250, 300,000 probably?
No, it'd be more, so
With
between
benefits.
special ed assistant and instructional coach, because again, it's salary and benefits.
instructional coach,
Yeah, we're setting instructional
Take that
coach
out
to
of
the
it.
side for
Okay,
now.
That's
so
a
sped ed
lot.
assistant is 144. And then mental health is 104. And then IT,
There's your 250.
IT is 91.
350, roughly.
I mean, we just have to remember that if the budget gets voted down, we get.
Nada.
Also, Dan reports that no means no passed New Hampshire law in 2004.
Wow, there you go.
Thanks, Dan.
I like that. The Goog.
All right, do we feel like we've, I think it's an important conversation, but do we think we've had it for tonight?
We've had it.
I've certainly had it.
It's been had.
School board comments.
Not fully, hang on.
Nope, we're not done.
We also have budget. So the budget
that's
committee
right.
made cuts that we want to review.
Correct.
And
Okay, sorry.
I'm seeking a little bit of guidance on it because I had a conversation with Principal Mitchell today, and he said, well, our position got cut, and he's talking about the mental health clinician. And I said, well, wait a second. And he said, but at least the case manager survived. And I said, not necessarily, Dan. There's a $250,000 question hanging out there of other bottom line cuts here. And he's like, but they didn't target that. I said, no, they handed it right back to us. It was a softball tossed our way, but we have to figure that out. So that's a lot of money to reconcile.
So where we're at on the budget, and thank you for leaving that link on the agenda. Thanks to Kayla as well. So the school board, at the end of our meetings from November 15th, we cut $524,876 plus an additional $11,202 from food service. In addition to that, we've gone through the budget committee process. There's a worksheet called budget or BC budget changes, of which the budget committee has reduced the budget by $506,563. Right, their cuts are listed on that spreadsheet, notably around CHS ground services, the legal services for $10,000, special ed district travel, special services bottom line of $51,800. They did reduce to what the superintendent was just referring to, a salary and benefits bottom line of $243,089. Which was positioned under the topic of unfilled positions, right? So we have I'll call it $880,000 in our current budget of unfilled positions. The salary and benefit bottom line was really targeting that. The IT tech position, which we just talked about, was removed, as well as the GMS mental health school counselor position was also removed. Mr.
Well,
Todd,
I'll tell
anything
you,
to?
cutting our legal services, we'll just fly by the seat of our pants and hope that it works out. So that one's not going to kill anyone.
That was.
A lawsuit's a lawsuit, and that'll just get passed on to
You
the
two
town.
lawyers on the board.
That
now.
is I will say, year after year, that's a pretty standard motion for them to make.
Yeah. I'm just saying, the thing that kills me, and I didn't expect any of them to do this, but the thing that kills me is we asked these administrators to come with us and to defend and to provide us what they need and to defend it, and we'll pick it apart through questions. We had what I would consider lackluster budget committee participation in those discussions. And ultimately, when you make a bottom line cut, you're just passing the buck on to someone else and saying, good luck, go solve it. I am not opposed to people saying, I think you can cut here. And I understand the logic of making a bottom line cut and saying, we're not going to tie your hands on how you do this. But I really find it disappointing when they don't chime in on, well, we don't think that these things are terribly necessary. I understand what the bottom line cut, because they're saying it's attrition, but we are dealing with a really bad staffing problem right now with people that are just getting torn apart day after day trying to do their jobs. And I just don't know how they propose we're going to retain people with these. I understand, they're trying to get the budget down. I understand that it was up a ton this year. But some of these things that the inflation is a big problem right now. And just like many of these people in the private sector probably went and got higher paying jobs over the last few years, we have to continue to pay these people who, in many cases, are not paid all that much as it is. So I would just like to vocalize that, not that any of them will watch this, but, I would greatly welcome any, input as to where just so we could pass it along to our administrators who have to go execute this, where you think that would be, best served, those cuts, and how you would propose that they deal with those things. Because just simply telling people, well, this is your profession, so you can go figure it out, right? That's not always the case. Just my 2 cents.
So they were definitely using the vacant positions as their guide for that. We definitely have the right to go back and say, okay, what you're talking about, 243,000, what functions codes are you asking this to come from? Because right now in the vacant positions, there's grounds, there's custodial, there is special ed, there is regular ed, so there's all of those different function codes.
What part do we
And
not
which part do we cut from? Because we have to cut 243 from something. So we have the right to go back and say, of that, where do you want to carve up the 243? Now, we could also suggest something too. Now, at the end of the day, we believe we are well-staffed not well-staffed. We are not well-staffed for custodians. But the number that we're trying to hire is where we should be at with the size of the buildings. So why would we cut from custodians? Now, for buildings and grounds, we do believe if we bought the robot liner, we could go down to, what do we say, 1.5 positions? 1.5 positions, so that we do believe there is some leeway there. Now, with the paraprofessionals, they're tied to IEPs. It's hard to cut that because then you're making an IEP team decision. And then you have the science teachers, which we wouldn't advocate to cut. We just weren't able to hire them because they can go find other jobs making more money with their knowledge that they have. So it's harder for any school to hire science. So at the end of the day, though, there's going to be money that's being cut, and I wish we could hire all the positions next year, but most likely we're not going to be able to hire all the positions next year. But if we can hire custodians, we're going to hire custodians. And if paraprofessionals apply and they're well-suited to work with kids, even if we have to train them up, we're going to hire them. So there could come a point next year where we're looking for, I don't think it will happen, but where we're looking for $240,000. And where does that come from when you've already started a budget?
I just want to ask the question. So special ed district travel, is that for our special ed director?
Yeah.
It was her, but it was also, we have employees who provide services at St. Francis, go to out-of-district placements.
So, just to highlight, she's come forward. She said, "I can't do my job. This is like too much. Like you lost your last person because you're burning them into the ground." So what we've done here is we've said, "Okay, we understand that we're just like going to churn and burn right through you. We're not going to get you an assistant. Also, we're going to cut the district travel reimbursement. I mean, how much can we disable our special ed?"
She will need to travel, and we'll have to take that money from somewhere else. Their point is that in the past, we have not used it, but she also wasn't great about putting in for reimbursement, and
Right.
she's gotten better about that. So I said, it's one of those, we budgeted for what we think is necessary, but she'll be reimbursed.
Can I ask, what was the 51,000 from special services bottom line? What was the justification in that?
That was, it was replicated of what happened last year. So this current budget is 51,800, and they feel like we should be able to absorb that. And the question was asked me, are we gonna be able to absorb that? And I said, this year, we are, because we have unfilled positions in a way for special ed. So we will be, as of right now, we'll be able to absorb that
Well, we might have
51,000.
been able if they hadn't cut 243,000 out of
That's the thing,
salaries
it's
and
almost like
benefits.
they've cut both.
Yeah.
So we
Well,
can
part-
absorb it.
Part of the justification for the salary and benefits, and really where they didn't have discussion, were the bonus pools and that were new to the budget. They didn't touch that, right?
Those have been in the budget.
No, there were added bonus pools.
This
Add
year.
bonus
But-
pools of 2%.
But let me just put the
What would that
caveat
add
of
to? I
yet,
mean-
because
Yeah, yet.
they have tomorrow night,
They do.
and Carrie said she's not done, and the bonus pool is in her gun sights. So just to be clear, that could occur
My
tomorrow.
read on the budget committee is that I would think the majority would feel that they've already taken a significant cut to the budget, and
Andrew, because they were working off your spreadsheet, the one that you
Yeah.
shared with the board.
Yeah.
The salary and benefit bottom line, did you have that link back to functions on your sheet?
no.
That was it a conglomeration from various functions, though? I'm just wondering if there was guidance that,
There was no guidance.
okay.
But there was nothing. In fact, I didn't even talk about it at the school board meeting. That wasn't a motion that I made.
No, I know, but it's on your spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Correct.
And they had your spreadsheet.
They did, yeah.
And that dollar amount was right off the spreadsheet, because it was an odd, like, 240.
No, I had 250. They made a motion of 243,089.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was on the sheet, because it was so random. I was like, where'd that come from?
It's a bit of an odd number.
It is an odd number.
Well, I did, and Holly had shared the numbers behind those unfilled positions, right? And in going through the budget and looking at a nearly $2 million increase, I'm like, all right, well, where are the big swings that we can talk about, right? Because that type of increase with everything else that we're talking about, it's a lot, right? And that's why it was on that spreadsheet.
Yep.
So as of now, the budget is up 3.5%. So I think with Andrew's point, they mentioned they want to be up by, I don't know if they said a reasonable amount, the word reasonable was thrown out there. So I don't know if we're now at that point, or I don't know if they're going to cut much more. I think,
It would be, it would be really
Food service is a
helpful.
point of discussion.
Yeah.
Sure.
Not only for our own board, but also the budget committee's
Yep.
watching that closely.
Yeah. So when I went to the NHSBA and Oyster River presented, we talked about, they basically, the superintendent and the school board talk about what's a reasonable increase this year. And they direct the superintendent to come with a reasonable, like, what would be a reasonable thing for voters to expect to see on the budget, or on the operating budget? What kind of an increase are we looking at? I would love to get that information from the budget committee. What is reasonable to them? Is it 3.5? Or is it 2?
What did they approve for the town?
I'm not sure.
I mean, they have the tax cap too, so that's a little different question, right?
I'm not
I don't know if
sure, but before we begin this process, it would be nice to know what the budget committee is expecting to see
Well,
and what they consider reasonable.
I think that's where it becomes problematic when you look at something just as numbers.
Yes.
Because let's take food service for a minute here. I don't think that there's anyone here or anyone on the budget committee that would be like, no, I want those kids to go hungry, right? Like,
No,
I
absolutely
can't
not.
imagine that one of them would. But
No, but there is a board member that said that that program should 100% be self-funded.
But I
period,
understand that,
end
and
of
that's
story.
that's where my problem arises, though, is that when you're looking at something just from a numbers perspective, well, of course, yeah. I mean, I could say that too. I think it'd be great if that was self-funded. But all I want to identify, and I love that budget committee member to answer the question, what can we do to just make sure we protect that there's not a kid that's not having lunch, right? Like, that's all I care about. I don't care about the average. I do care about everyone, but as an average person, I will pay $6 a lunch if I have to. I don't care about me. I care about the kid that can't afford lunch. And I would hope that that very outspoken budget committee member would also care about that too. But I would ask that that budget committee member address that so that way we could come to a solution on that.
Town increase is if what I'm reading is correct, it looks like it's 3.14% up.
So she's coming for the bonus pool, and then they'll get this 3.1%.
So that tells you a little, like, reasonable is around 3.14, I'm guessing, because that's where that landed, right?
Everybody likes pie. 3.14 is pie.
It's fine, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. So what are we doing with this? Because ultimately they're meeting tomorrow, and we don't know what they're.
Tomorrow, I believe, is that the objective of tomorrow was town and school warrant articles. Now it'll just be town warrant articles.
So they're not finished, but you said they're not finished on their votes.
Where
on
are
the
we going
budget.
tomorrow too?
I thought the objective tomorrow was
Finishing the school.
school budget, finish the school budget. I could be wrong. Are you saying we don't
I
need to be
haven't
there?
seen the agenda. Let me,
says hopefully.
let me take a look at the agenda.
I don't mind if I don't go at 7 o'clock, but.
Oh, let's see the agenda here.
We only have one question about mango language.
Yeah.
7 says school voting top level.
It does, but they've already gone through all of the voting and all of the, with the exception of food service.
Food service, and again, the food service is partly the food service budget, but then also the 100,000
that's in the
that's
business.
part of the business to
Right.
transfer over. So that, I think
that's where they're going.
that's where they're going, and they were waiting to kind of hear what the board was gonna do tonight,
On food service?
on food service.
Well, I think
Because
the-
we were, well, they were waiting to hear what the board was gonna do, but also what the presentation was gonna be. Because the presentation was answering their questions as well as the board questions.
Yeah. And we've asked for additional information so we can make an informed decision.
Well, they're gonna love
right?
that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but it is what it is, right? I mean,
Well, so I would also like to just, say, moving forward, when we have another discussion in April, when they want their timeline, we now have more information about the what ifs, like when there's a shitstorm, of a year, how can we set reasonable expectations for them? Because obviously it was not intentional.
this is not the first year for these types of changes, by the way. I mean,
No, it's
in
every
years
year that's
past,
$500,000.
in years past, we've had to have a meeting on a special day that wasn't planned for. Maybe it's
Right.
on a Tuesday, whatever, in order for the budget hearing to happen according to time. Like, we've done that in years past.
Yeah.
So.
I think in terms of feedback to take back to the budget committee, I think the feeling from the board is, can you give us specifics as to what codes, or certainly where that 243,
Salaries. and
they believe that should be coming from?
And-
Which
and-
position,
I
which
think you're gonna say
unfilled
it's a bottom line
positions?
budget, you deal with it.
Right, and
Which is ironic.
Right, because
what-
we
and
use
what I
that
would
same
say
argument
is-
the other way. It's a bottom line budget. We can,
Well, and what I would say is, thank you for not directly binding our hands, but share in, these are things that are going to have an impact, like a direct impact on our district.
Yep.
Share in some of the responsibility for helping to shape that, because it's not just, we're not just spend happy, we're trying desperately to keep the budget as low as possible. So help us make those hard decisions. If you're gonna tell us to cut, help us understand where.
Because I think we have two options going into next year, being down 243,000. We can say we can't touch special ed paras, because they're tied to IEPs.
Necessary.
Therefore, we have to cut other positions in order to get that 243. Or we can say we're going to hire if we can, knowing most likely, and again, most likely we're not gonna be able to hire up. But if we do hire up, then at some point, we're gonna be 243 over, so then sometime during the budget, during the year next year, we're gonna have to find 243,000.
And again,
Well,
we can amend the budget at deliberative, right? And if there's a compelling reason to add this 243 in, that can be a motion on the floor.
Well, and so, well, we can't, what you're saying about, we can't go, we wouldn't be able to go over budget.
We can't go over budget, so we'd have to cut back on something else.
Something
If we
else.
were able to hire paras, which I hope we can. I don't know if we will though.
Right.
But if we're able to hire all of them and hire all custodials, and we'd end up going over that salary budget. So therefore, we'd have to find money from somewhere else in the budget.
Remembering that salaries and benefits are 80% of our budget.
Yeah, it's hard to find that money in pencils and erasers. So, now, I wish we were gonna be able to hire this year and next year, but I think we gotta kind of go with what could happen, but also what's reasonable to happen as well.
There's your budget update.
Thanks.
It's a
Just as simple as everything else, huh?
It's the same story every year.
Okay. Before I go to school board comments, did I miss anything else in that paragraph B? No. Okay. School
Got
board
it.
comments.
I did have one, and I had meant to ask it during the land conversation or the school conversation earlier this evening. Where are we with the return of money on the land for Albuquerque?
Still waiting for Gordon to weigh in, but, because I don't know the exact mechanism of this, so you'll notice that on the warrant, there's not a question going to the voters about undoing that money, because he feels that can't be done. I think what we might have to do is have the board, as the governing body, simply declare that the fund has lapsed because the land's not available. So in other words, if you go back to the original warrant, it says, it lapses in 2029 is the time if the purchase hasn't gone through. Well, now that the purchase is no longer on the table or available, if you just declare it lapsed and return the money, if somebody thinks that that's illegal, let them sue us for giving the money back. Like, is that gonna happen? Probably not. So, I think that it's gonna remain within the board's ability to do this, but I just need to get clarification of exactly how to do that.
That would be really important to get resolved for deliberative and.
Yeah, agreed.
We don't believe there's any action that can be taken at deliberative. We don't believe that there's something that can go before the legislative body.
Well,
It's
but if
either,
we could prior
but
to
if you could have the answer prior to it,
Correct.
because.
If we could, or if we could
Take an
declare
action
it
prior.
lapsed
Got
prior
it.
to deliberative, that would
So
be-
let me try to get that clarity for the next meeting, because if you did that on December 20th, and then it's resolved,
Mhm.
right? And the money's not gonna go back until next
It won't
year.
go back until, the tax rate gets set. a
Right,
year
but
from
we,
now.
we just
But
don't wanna go into
you-
a vote without people knowing what's happening with their
Yeah.
money.
Right.
Yep, all right, let me get that resolved.
Because I
Thank you.
can guarantee that will be a topic.
Yep.
Yeah, as it should be.
Right.
Yeah.
$500,000, yeah.
Agreed. Any other school board comments for tonight?
You guys wanna talk about the budget just for fun?
Sure.
Talk about what?
The budget just for fun.
All right, manifest, any questions? Do we have three
think they're all
signatures?
set.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I know you will.
Yeah, I think we're good.
So no questions on manifest? Andrew, did you have anything on? Okay.
I didn't even look at it.
I know you didn't get it, but I didn't know if you had questions from the emails, though, because we see it earlier. All right, moving into community input, there was nobody else here. Oh, really?
Can I do one thing?
She waited 2 hours.
We didn't pause at 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock? I didn't see anyone new here. I am so sorry.
I just wanted to come up and do it really quick. This is like a 30-second. Thank you to Karen Desjardins, who helped our LMS students edit the video that came out earlier. And in the excitement of sharing and in the excitement of the kids here, I forgot to thank her. So our IT tech integrator, she's awesome, and she was super helpful in putting all the pieces together. So.
It was a great video.
It was a
It
good
And that's a very meaningful thank you, because you waited 2 hours.
I meant it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, any other community input? Hearing none, At this point in our agenda, we typically move into non-public session. Is there a motion to go into non-public? And then I'll read the thingy.
I had 10 o'clock and I took the over, so I went. I get to go home.
There's a motion, I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Non-public session is pursuant to RSA 91A3, A, the dismissal, promotion, or compensation of any public employee, or the disciplining of such employee, or the investigation of any charges against him, unless the employee affected, 1, has the right to a meeting, and 2, requests that the meeting be open, in which case the request shall be granted. B, the hiring of any person as a public employee. C, matters which, if discussed in public, would likely adversely affect the reputation of any person other than a member of the body or agency itself, unless such person requests an open meeting. D through I, see citation. For tonight's events, we are going into non-public on, I believe, C. Is that correct?
C, that is correct.
And we are in non-public. Thank you for tuning in tonight. For those of you that lasted this long, thank you. It's been about 5 hours. Our next meeting will be December 20th. That is, as you've heard tonight, an incredibly important meeting with incredibly important agenda items. Please weigh in on those things. There also is a survey for the superintendent search that is out there. Please take the couple of minutes to check off and provide your feedback for that. It closes next week. And with that, thanks very much. Have a good night.